It's a pleasure to address the TEFAF summit today as someone who has spent many years working with colleagues across Europe to strengthen our shared democratic values and cultural cooperation. Over the years, TEFAF has established itself as one of the most respected international platforms for dialogue between the worlds of art, culture, scholarship, and the market. The summit in particular has become an important space where curators, collectors, institutions and policymakers can reflect together on the future of cultural heritage and cultural investment. The discussion that have taken place in previous editions have shown how essential it is to bring this perspective together. Culture does not exist in isolation. It lives through institutions, through communities, through public policy, and through the networks that connect people across Europe and beyond. Culture connects people across borders, inspires creativity, and enriches our societies. Yet cultural investment are judged only by narrow economic metrics rather than for its full social, educational, human, and democratic value. In my work in this house, in the European Parliament, I have seen how culture builds bridges. It fosters understanding, combats exclusion, and reinforces our common European identity. Investing in culture means investing in community resilience, well-being, and a shared sense of purpose. I hope this conversation will help strengthen the recognition of culture as a fundamental pillar of Europe's social fabric and its future prosperity. I would like to wish you all a very, very productive and inspiring summit, and I hope the discussions taking place in Maastricht will continue to shape the future of cultural cooperation in Europe. So thank you very much to all of you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third edition of the TEFAF Summit, an initiative that we started at TEFAF alongside the two fairs which we run because, of course, we are a foundation. The past editions of this summit have focused on the importance of the public and private sectors working together and to arm you all and many others with examples of case studies and benchmarks so that you can take these ideas into sort of a practical tool to go and make a difference in the cultural sector. It is important to us to also advocate for culture because whilst, well, essentially the only reason we're all sitting in this room is that we all believe in culture, we know that it can be difficult for others to really believe in investing in it. There are much more eloquent speakers than myself today who can explain why and how to engage with others on this important subject. But I would like to just point out two organizations in particular who have supported us, first from the very start as an art fair for more than 20 years, AXA XL, our global lead sponsor, and you will hear shortly from Sylvie Gleises, who is CEO of Singapore for AXA XL, and also from the Netherlands Commission for UNESCO, Kathleen Ferrier. But just before I hand over to the president of TEFAF, Boris Vervoort, I would like to thank you all for being here, thank our panelists, and most importantly, perhaps from a more personal perspective, and I'm sorry to take that opportunity, to thank Simone Stuns and Janneke Luns from the TEFAF team who have put this all together. Thank you.
Good morning. TEFAF Maastricht has been a defining part of my professional and even personal life. What makes TEFAF so special is not only its exceptional quality and scholarship amongst its dealers, but also its deep connection with Maastricht and Limburg. The city is not simply the host, it's part of the fair's identity and DNA. An identity we've been building on in close collaboration with our long-term partner, AXA XL. The atmosphere here, the international community that gathers each year, and the engagement with museums, collectors, and scholars create something that feels both global and deeply rooted in this place. For many long-standing exhibitors, returning to Maastricht each year feels less like attending an event, but more like coming home. That sense of continuity and community, of hospitality, reflects nearly 4 decades of partnership between TEFAF, the city of Maastricht, the province of Limburg, one that has shaped both the fair and the city. Looking ahead, we are excited to continue building on this partnership, working together towards shared goals in science and technology, knowledge exchange, and the advancement of education. With sincere thanks to the city of Maastricht and the province of Limburg, it's my pleasure to present this report to Stephan Satijn, the Regional Minister for Economy, Finance and Business Operations and Public Affairs of the province of Limburg. And I think he's soon going to come.
Here I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you so much.
Please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, thank you, Boris.
Would you like to have the microphone?
I have a microphone, so I'm not. Yeah, it's
works.
switch off. Thank you, Boris, and thank you for inviting me here this morning. I believe I'm also in one of your panels, so I think I'm going to elaborate a bit more on this beautiful report. Born and raised in Maastricht, so everything that Will said also affects myself because I'm part of the DNA here. So we're going into much more detail on that in the panel discussion. But Boris, Mr. Voort, I must say, thank you very much for this report. It's really valuable, not only to us, but for the whole society here in Limburg. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sylvie Gleises. I flew from Singapore to be here today, and I can tell you, in the world we're living, this wasn't easy. So you may wonder, what am I doing here? Because my day job is to serve as the CEO for AXA XL in Asia. Well, my passion job, my evening job, and my weekend job is to oversee the partnership between AXA and TEFAF. And once a year, I feel very privileged to fly to Maastricht to attend the fair, which is my favorite one. I've been always passionate about art and culture since my childhood, and I ended up in insurance. AXA and TEFAF have a very long-standing relationship for 22 years. I believe we have grown this partnership between our two institutions to something that is unparalleled. Why has this been possible? Because of shared values. Trust, engagement, a search for excellence, and a common commitment to protecting cultural heritage and the desire to have an impact beyond art. As a leading insurer in fine art, obviously we believe protecting the unique goes beyond the insurance contract. Of course, you need insurance to protect the artists, the institutions, the works of art, the private collectors, the exhibitions, but our mission is also to strengthen the cultural ecosystem. This is why we have recently created a new vehicle at AXA Group level to support our ambition, the AXA Foundation for Human Progress, which brings together the group's cultural, scientific, environmental, and social commitment. Firmly focused on the future and the pursuit of innovation, the culture pillar of the foundation aims to support the emergence of new artists by encouraging boldness and risk-taking, both in the supported creations and the partnerships we develop. Support for creation and cultural innovation also seeks to address contemporary economic, social, and educational challenges. And our partnerships with institutions like the Opéra Comique, the Villa Albertine, the national manufacturers, reflect our belief that today's artistic and scientific innovations forms the heritage of tomorrow. Art endures thanks to this balance between imagination and care. And applied on a global scale, the balance will help cultural heritage continue to strengthen social cohesion and inspire a sustainable and inclusive future for all. And today, we have traveled from all around the world, united by a shared passion for art. And in a world that is fragmented and uncertain and where conflicts divide us, art remains one of humanity's most powerful unifiers. It transcends borders and politics, it carries memories across generations, and it connects us to history itself. This is why today's symposium, Beyond Economic Impact, Rethinking Culture in Public Policy, is so important, because we have so much at stake, and it's essential that we invest in culture to ensure it is protected for the generations to come. And I would like to thank all the panelists who will share their expert perspectives and hopefully give us a bit of optimism today. And thank you, obviously, to TEFAF and to UNESCO, Netherlands, for making this possible. On that note, I wish you a great summit. I hope you enjoyed the fair as well. And I will hand over to Kathleen Ferrier, the chair of UNESCO for Netherlands Commission. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good morning, esteemed guests, colleagues, and friends. It's both an honor and a privilege to welcome you all today on behalf of the Netherlands Commission for UNESCO. My name is Kathleen Ferrier, and I am the chair of our National Commission. I'm delighted to be here for the third consecutive year as a content partner of this distinguished summit, a wonderful initiative that sets TEFAF apart from many other art fairs worldwide. But first of all, I would like to express our sincere thanks to TEFAF for this and our fellow participants this year. We are delighted to once again participate in the TEFAF Summit as the National Commission for UNESCO. UNESCO, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, is dedicated to the protection of cultural heritage, the promotion of education and science, and the support of cultural diversity worldwide. And as a National Commission, we work alongside local and international partners to promote and strengthen UNESCO's values, fostering a society that is united through culture, creativity, and collaboration. Last year, we gathered here to explore the relationship between culture and trust-based philanthropy. Those conversations were rich, challenging, and ultimately generative. And I'm proud to share with you today that the outcomes of that symposium have been published in our new, recently published report Onbetaalbaar, investeren in erfgoedgemeenschappen. A title that, again, is beautifully untranslatable. Onbetaalbaar, meaning both priceless and beyond payment of heritage communities. The publication brings together the key insights from our dialogues here at TEFAF and the broad research on financing heritage communities we did throughout 2025. I warmly encourage you to explore it. It is, we believe, a meaningful contribution to to the broader conversation about the true value of culture and heritage, a conversation we happily continue today. And this year, as many of you know, has a special significance. UNESCO celebrates its 80th anniversary. 80 years ago, on the ruins of the Second World War, the founders of UNESCO made a radical wager. That lasting peace could not be built on politics and economics only, but had to be constructed in the minds of people. Since wars begin in the minds of people, reads the preamble of UNESCO's constitution, it is in the minds of people that the defenses of peace must be constructed. That founding conviction has never felt more urgent. And to mark this anniversary, the Netherlands Commission for UNESCO is proud to present the exhibition Zij maakt het verschil, She makes the difference, at the Fotomuseum in The Hague. The exhibition features 18 remarkable women whose work is related to UNESCO in the Netherlands, each photographed by the acclaimed Dutch photographer Carla van de Puttelaar. Their stories are stories of quiet courage, persistent dedication, and the belief that culture, education, and science can change the world. The exhibition runs until the end of April, and I warmly recommend you to visit it. But anniversaries are not only moments for celebration. They are also moments for reflection, and reflection on urgency. The world in 2026 is not the world that UNESCO's founders imagined 80 years ago. Democratic backsliding, armed conflicts, attacks on science and the free press, the erosion of multilateral institutions, these are today's headlines. And they are not distant threats, they affect all of us. In this context, the question is not whether UNESCO's mission remains relevant after 80 years, that is self-evident. The real question is, who will take responsibility? And I tell you, we cannot wait for others to act. The responsibility is ours, collectively, and each one of us individually. And with this, we arrive at the heart of today's theme, beyond economic impact, rethinking culture in public policy. And I will confess to you, I find it remarkable, year after year, that we still feel obliged to justify the value of culture in economic terms. The figures speak for themselves. Research by the Boekman Stichting and Dutch Culture, among others, consistently demonstrates that the return on investment in culture is extraordinary. International cultural cooperation pays dividends far exceeding its costs. Culture drives tourism, innovation, social cohesion, and economic resilience. And yet, the economic argument alone is insufficient, because culture is not primarily an investment vehicle. Culture is what makes us human. It is not only about visiting a museum or attending a concert, though those experiences matter enormously. Culture lives in the rituals and traditions of our daily lives, in the stories we pass down through generations, in the intangible heritage that gives communities their identity and their sense of continuity. These, my dear friends, are not luxuries. They are the connective tissue of a society. Think for a moment of the IJzinga Planetarium in Franeker, built in 1781 by a woolcomber named IJzinga in his own living room, because he wanted to understand the movement of the planets. This modest but extraordinary place was added to the UNESCO World Heritage List in 2023. And you may ask, what does a working class man's curiosity from the 18th century have to do with defending democracy in the 21st century? I tell you, everything. Because a society that protects and celebrates such places is a society that believes in knowledge, in curiosity, in wonder, in a possibility that ordinary people like you and me can illuminate the universe. And that belief is worth defending. Allow me also to say a word about the broader geopolitical moment. With the United States having stepped back from its role as a guarantor of multilateral cultural cooperation, including its withdrawal from UNESCO, the responsibility on the rest of the world has grown heavier. The Netherlands, with its proud tradition of international engagement and collaboration, must step forward, not because it is convenient, but because it is right. A resilient democracy is not only a well-functioning parliament, it's not only an independent judiciary, it is more than its democratic institutions. It is a society that is connected through shared culture, shared memories, and shared values. Dear guests, what unites everyone in this room is one conviction, that art, culture, heritage, and creativity are not peripheral to human story. They are the human story. At this moment, when so much what we value is under pressure, we, the people in this room, collectors, dealers, scholars, policymakers, advocates, we all together have both the privilege and the obligation to make the case for culture. Not defensively, not apolitically, but with confidence, with evidence, and with passion. UNESCO was founded on the belief that culture is a force for peace. 80 years on, that belief is not naive, it is powerful, and it is necessary. And it is ours to act upon. Thank you, and welcome to the TEFAF Summit 2026.
I did say there were much more eloquent speakers than me, so thank you very much, Kathleen. That was wonderful to hear how we try and continuously try to make others understand in the importance of culture. You're absolutely right that the economic impact and the close connection between private investment or indeed public investment in culture is rarely properly measured, and when it is, it doesn't seem to make much of a difference for some reason. However, a project that we started more than a year ago was an attempt to give another example of how culture can really make a difference. And we're incredibly lucky with almost 40 years in Limburg, in Maastricht, to run an art fair here that is both supported by, but more importantly, in partnership with the local city and province. When we started this project, it was firmly in the mind of giving another tool, another example for others to be able to use to demonstrate the power of culture. And throughout this process, it has been really, when you consider how the economic impact is just a small part of everything that you're trying to tell, that you start going through a report and you think, well, it's not really counting the cultural value. It's not really counting the social value or the value in health. And that is, of course, one of the main reasons why we decided to do those topics in the summit today. It was not an intention to go thoroughly and deeply into these topics, but rather to find those examples that might help you advocate for cultural investment. And so, without further ado, I'd like to introduce our colleagues from Deloitte Luxembourg, who have worked tirelessly on this report for more than a year. And then we will dive into that topic and much else on our first panel shortly afterwards. Thank you very much, and happy listening.
Well, thank you, Will, and good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure for me to be here today and have the opportunity to present to you the result of our work in front of such an esteemed audience. So my name is Justin. I'm a corporate finance and strategy partner at Deloitte Luxembourg, and I'm here with my colleague Louis, who's a senior manager in the team. So the report we published today was commissioned by TEFAF and conducted by us as part of an independent research program. The purpose of this study is fourfold. Number one, evaluate the economic impact of the 2025 fair on the region of Maastricht and the broader Dutch economy. Number two, make a clear distinction along the way between direct and indirect impact and where these are located. Number three, discuss the role TEFAF not only has as a cultural institution, but also as a key economic driver. And number four, provide a clear, independent, and transparent evidence base for policymakers and stakeholders. So before we dive in, I'd like to make two preliminary remarks. First of all, in this report and in this presentation, every time we use the word Maastricht, we refer to the broader Maastricht region, including the wider Limburg region, as well as neighboring areas. Number two, we are going to talk a lot about economic, but I would like to reiterate what Will just said. One should not forget the role TEFAF has in terms of social and cultural impact. This is also described in the report, even though, of course, less measurable and quantifiable. So let's now look at research methodology. So to derive TEFAF Maastricht total economic impact, we use three different sources of data. We use raw data, which includes surveys to various stakeholders, visitors, exhibitors that were conducted during the 2025 fair. As you can see, we collected more than 1,150 answers. It also included questionnaires and interviews that were run with the city of Maastricht, the airport, the MSCC, TEFAF itself, and so on and so forth. And finally, TEFAF internal records and ticketing data related to the 2025 fair. These raw data were complemented by secondary data, notably public statistics from the OECD, and the Netherlands official statistics, as well as international benchmarks. And finally, we fed our analysis with economic models that are widely accepted to measure economic impact. Two of them in particular that I would like to point out: the input-output framework that enables to model how direct spending circulate into the regional economy to generate additional economic activity, and the equivalent advertising value model that enables you to estimate the monetary value of TEFAF media coverage. So the total economic impact we derive is based on several drivers that can be clustered into two categories. First category is the direct economic impact, which includes four key drivers: the impact of the exhibitors, the impact of the visitors, the impact of the organizer itself, as well as other ancillary impact. And then the second bucket consists in the indirect economic impact, which is made up of the multiplier effect of direct spending on the Dutch economy, as well as media impact for Maastricht itself. Now, before we present to you the results, it is very important for me to be extremely clear about what we mean by total economic impact. The total economic impact means the quantifiable impact of TEFAF Maastricht, both direct and indirect, on the Dutch economy. Now, that being said, not all the impact associated with the fair can be measured or quantified, and our results are naturally limited by the scope of our analysis. Some potentially relevant impact were not included in our scope. If I take a few examples, the direct economic spillover beyond Maastricht, TEFAF-related events or initiatives that were not directly captured by our data, or potentially additional art transactions and the related tax revenues that may have occurred elsewhere in the Netherlands following TEFAF. These are all examples which conceptually are part of the broader economic impact of the fair, but which were not quantified as part of our analysis. So in a nutshell, what you need to remember is that the results we are presenting today have to be interpreted as conservative estimates. So let's now look at the results themselves. Overall, what we found for the 2025 fair is a total economic impact on the Netherlands of 86.4 million, of which 37.9 for Maastricht. The economic impact for Maastricht is made up of 32.3 million direct impact, coming from the exhibitor, the visitors, and the organizers mostly, and 5.6 million of media impact. So to help you appreciate what we mean by media impact, there are three KPIs that I would like to highlight here. For the 2025 fair, 52 million people were reached by the media coverage. 108 newspapers and magazine articles were published. And finally, TEFAF broadcast reached 9.4 million viewers. And at last, if we look at visitors, which are of course a key contributor to the direct economic impact, some statistics, there are a few KPIs that you can see on the slide. Some statistics that I would like to highlight is in 2025, the number of entries registered was nearly 48,000, and the fair had 41,000 unique visitors. I'm now going to let my colleague Luis zoom further into the drivers behind those economic impact results.
Thank you, Justin. So let's spend a couple of minutes detailing the key components of the impact assessment. We'll start with the direct impact. So we estimate a direct impact of 52 million. The key components of the direct impact are the exhibitor's impact, the visitor's impact, and TEFAF as an organizer itself. So for the 10 million of exhibitors' impact, it is composed of the expenses related to the fair, which is the design of the stands, bringing the artwork to the stands, transportation, insurance of the artworks, but also bringing the staff which stay during the preparation of the fair, the duration of the fair, and after the fair. On average, exhibitors involve 10 participants to prepare for this venue. The biggest component of the direct impact is the visitors' impact. They have expenses related to transportation, expenses related to the fair, where they have catering, beverages as well, but one of the key components is the 15 million of expenses related to the stay. As we saw, 80% of the visitors of the fair come from outside of the region, and they spend on average 2.7 nights in accommodations on the region. So this is one of the biggest impact. We have 9 million of tax-related impact related to sales of arts that can be concluded in the Netherlands only. So it's a national tax impact deriving from the sales of artwork. Then we have TEFAF as an organizer of the fair, which has an impact of 70 million. As you know, we rent the MEC, we prepare the stands, design the stands, and have logistics as well as catering associated to it. So 52 million of direct impact. So moving on to the indirect impact, we have identified 34 million of indirect impact, composed mostly of the input-output model and the media impact. For the input-output model, it's a commonly used statistical approach for this type of exercise, where we have estimated that for each euro of direct impact generated nationally, it creates almost 60 cents of additional indirect impact throughout the Netherlands. For the media impact, what we have estimated is how much would it cost to have TEFAF Maastricht mentioned in the same magazines, articles, newsletters, newspapers, where TEFAF Maastricht is explicitly mentioned. So how much would it have cost for TEFAF to publicize itself on these same articles? So there you have it, 34 million of indirect impact. Now moving on to the impact within the Maastricht region, which we have estimated at almost 38 million for the fair in 2025. We have 52 million, as we have established before, of direct economic impact, to which we have excluded national impact. These are impacts from suppliers who are not exclusively working or established in the region of Maastricht. It's also the tax impact, which happens at the national level, and some of the costs incurred by the visitors, which stay at the national level. So we have shortlisted or identified 32 million of direct impact, and then we have added the media impact, which brings the exposure or the economic value of the exposure to 38 million for the 2025 event. So total economic impact for the fair in 2025, 86 million. Direct impact for the Maastricht region, almost 40 million. And we wanted to emphasize the sustainable impact that TEFAF has had in the region, and we calculated the impact that the fair has had over the last 8 years. So we have identified an impact of almost 640 million, which is taking base on the 2025 impact. We have accounted for the number of visitors throughout the year and discounted for purchase power parity. So a very impactful number that shows the lasting impact of TEFAF Maastricht. Conscious of time, we'd like to emphasize that TEFAF drives much more than economic impact. It provides a platform that expands access to art. It provides a platform for new artists, exhibitors to network. It provides a platform for local cultural institutions to collaborate with international partners. But it activates the MEC also as a cultural hub, and we'd like to emphasize also the importance of such cultural events, of introducing art and culture to the new generation. And it's all the more important in this international context to transpire the values of art to the next generation and transpire that culture goes much beyond just economic impact. Thank you very much.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Adriano Picinati di Torcello. Sounds really Italian, but I'm born in Belgium. I'm even Luxembourgish now. I have even Dutch roots, Spanish roots. And I would like to say that first, thank you to many people from TEFAF for inviting me to moderate this panel today. So I would like to thank Helster, Will, Paul, Janneke, Simon, and the entire team of TEFAF again. So it's a pleasure to be there. So, and congratulations for the amazing fair that you have organized. So we have 40 minutes to cover a really deep and important subjects. So economic impact and beyond. I have 3 great speakers, and I will ask them to introduce themselves, not just for your info before we run the panel. So I would like just to say that on the Deloitte side, I'm running art and finance, something that I've been pushing for now 18 years at Deloitte. I'm in my 19 years. And this topic of economic impact, social impact, is something that we've been looking for quite some time. This is something that we covered during our conference at the Vatican in 2022. So this is something that we also dedicated to a full conference in 2024. So we recognize the importance of this subject, especially nowadays where public and private needs to collaborate much more to support culture. So without further ado, so I would like to ask my great panelists to introduce themselves. I may start with you, Victoria.
Yes. Hello, my name is Victoria Simonsz-van Krieken. I'm director of Brabant C, Brabant Culture Fund, and it's a public-private fund for culture in the province of Brabant. It started 10 years ago, was initiated by the province of North Brabant, and in the last 3 years we developed a new way of working towards a public-private fund for culture.
We'll talk more about that.
Yes.
Martin
Müller. I'm a senior science advisor at AEA Consulting. And so in that role, I make sure that whatever we deliver for our clients actually meets the state of the art in research and science, including economic and other impact studies. And the reason I do this, and that's the second hat I wear, I'm also a professor at the University of Lausanne who has done research over the past 15 years on economic, cultural, and environmental impact studies as well.
Last but not least, Stephan.
Stephan Satijn, I'm the regional minister for economics and finance in the province of Limburg. And as I said in my small conversation with the chair of the TEFAF, born and raised in Maastricht. So these events and the TEFAF itself makes me a very proud regional minister.
Thank you. So let's kick off. Stephan, as you are regional minister for economy, finance, business operation, and public affairs for the Limburg region, how are you involved in cultural policy and cultural initiative in the region, and how do you see culture contributing directly and indirectly to Limburg's economy, for example, through jobs, innovation, tourism, and attractiveness for businesses and talents?
Well, that's again a
big question.
A big question with a big title for the regional minister. Let me start with emphasizing how important I think the address was of Kathleen Ferrier. I was very much impressed by her speech when it comes to the role of art and science in our society, to say so. And when we look at this beautiful report, and thank you very much for constructing that for us on behalf of TEFAF, of course, which gives us a lot of insight again on the economics. And what we think and are convinced of in Limburg is that art and science and culture by itself play a much more larger role than economics and economists think. So when it comes to the role of that, we have a specific point of entry in our government where we make sure that culture, art and science are part of our society. So it's of a very big importance, bigger than economics, I would say. And that also has to be the case because if you look at Maastricht, our region, we go back for hundreds and hundreds of years. So we started with the Romans. So cultural heritage, the reason why we are here, also from a culture, but also from an economic point of view, because we start here at the crossroads of Roman roads, is far more important to us and far more part of our legacy than, let's say, our economics that are at the moment in place. So we try to combine it as much as possible. We are very much engaged in the fact that not only this fair, but science and art play a huge role in our society, who we want to be, who our companies want to be, how they would like to be attracted to the area. So for us, it's a very, very important matter.
Thank you. So you are really monitoring culture and its role for the visibility, the reputation of the
Absolutely.
province.
We have 3 provincial musea, for instance. So we keep investing in the fact that art and culture, but also science, innovation, and that's a pretty important point which I discussed the last couple of days also with the organization of the TEFAF, is how can we more combine these elements, not only in our society, but also in the TEFAF itself. I mean, the numbers that you show here are impressive, but we think, and we is also the organization of the TEFAF and our government, that for the future there can be, let's say, a better model to combine.
Okay, we will continue that later. Victoria, so you just already introduced a little bit what is Brabant Say, but maybe can you tell us a bit more about Brabant Say Fund, and how do you see its role or your role in linking culture with regional and national prosperity? So I have many questions for her in one question. So that's first part. When you select project, how do you balance criteria such as artistic quality, innovation, reach, and economic potential? And finally, so
fourth question.
I go. Maybe I can. We can. Fine. My last question to you: to what extent do you already ask for evidence of economic or broader impact for the projects that you support?
All right.
So, and you have 4 minutes just to increase the challenge.
Okay, let's go. Brabant Say, the first question was the core mission.
What is Brabant Say?
Brabant Say, yes. Our core mission is to not only fund culture, but to raise the overall funds for culture, the available funds. So we inspire private partners, companies, to invest in culture with us. And with us, we are a fund, but we are lucky, and that was very important, that the province decided to have a part of the funds available for culture so that we can invite private partners to co-fund with us, because that's our basic principle. We focus primarily on societal impact when we select projects. And it's important because in a region like the province of Brabant and also the Brainport region, it's a technological, very advanced and fast-growing region. The cities are growing. So for us, it's an essential part of the economy that we also invest more in culture. That the growth and the development of the region, that culture is a big part of it, the cultural infrastructure. And it's also because I think it's a different way of looking towards funding culture, not subsidizing, but focusing more on partnerships. So let companies work together with governments and with cultural and artists to see where you can jointly make impact and where you can have a complementary aims and then set up a program together. So we started to develop a way of working, tailor-made, in which, and it was pioneering. I mean, we had no blueprint in the beginning. It was see what are the developments, what are the main drivers, and we saw that on a provincial level, you have the main driver still is societal impact, but in different cities you have different emphasis on topics, and where partners want to join. And when we select project, for us, therefore, artistic quality is equally important on the social impact you want to make. So that's our
that's
main
I think, and we will
summary.
dive it in a little bit further
Yes.
when we will ask for real examples. But is this something that you have in Limburg?
Well, we don't have the exact fund like Brabant has. But what we do by ourselves, we have a very strong policy when it comes to a broader cultural picture. So we, as I said, we have the 3 provincial museums. That's very important to us, so we invest a lot of money in that. But a fund like Brabant has, we do not have.
So maybe something to learn from?
It's always inspiring to be with you in a panel, so that's
Perfect, thank you. We'll continue. So, Martin, sorry, Nicolas.
Don't worry. It's a nice name, Nicolas.
And Nicolas is also a nice name, indeed, yes.
Maybe I change later on. That gave me an idea there.
So you work mainly internationally, so you are based in Swiss, but I know quite well AEA Consulting. We are good partners in some cases. How is the role of culture as an economic driver, especially for innovation, employment, and tourism, currently framed by government and major institutions? I may pause there because I have additional questions to you, but maybe first let's go to this question. What is your point of view on that?
Yeah. So what we see at AEA is certainly that the economic aspect is becoming more and more important, and we're doing many of the studies for different clients. Can be governments, can be major institutions, can be fairs as well. And it depends always a little bit on who approaches us as well, right? So often the governments will be interested actually in comparing different options in different ways they can structure their funding activities. And this is where it becomes really interesting, because then you have points of comparison actually among different policy options that you have, and that you can say, okay, if you do this, you get this economic impact there on those sectors, but if you invest in something else, you'll get different type of impact. And so this is also the point where you can align it with policy objectives and say, okay, if you want to develop tourism, well, you should rather invest in this kind of museum or in this kind of fair or event, for example. But they are also getting much more sensitive to the idea that not all of culture can always have an economic impact. And I think this is the important distinction that we need to make, is to say, okay, if you want to really create uniqueness and cultural distinction and be different from other regions, you need to have some spaces that are protected, where the new ideas thrive and develop, and that's something we also see in science. You know, science can have an economic impact, but if you only do science or culture that has an economic impact, you're losing the ferment at the beginning. And I think that's something that we try and make our clients aware of at the very beginning. What are also the limits that we'll be talking about of economic impact?
Yeah, and for sure this is going to be further developed in the day-to-day. But now, what are the main trends that you see in terms of measuring cultural impact? So in terms of methodology, so how these tools are refined or still in kind of infancy?
Yeah. So economic impact analysis, like Justin just presented it, has been around for, I would say, the better part of 50 years, right? So this is an econometric tool. What you can do and how well you can do it depends a lot on the national and regional context and the statistics that are available. So in the United States, for example, you have extremely detailed statistics and input-output tables. If you go to emerging economies, you're much more dependent on estimates. The methodologies actually in economic impact specifically are very well established, and they don't develop very much. Sometimes the data get more precise. What is often key is what are the assumptions behind a figure that is reported. For example, what are the assumptions around this 86 million? And that was very clear today, right? Because there are many assumptions often. And when you start varying the assumptions, you often massively change the figure that is there in the end, right? Sometimes I see economic impact studies of the same event, let's say, that vary by the factor of 10. And both are legitimate, but they have different assumptions. That's economic impact, cultural impact, and social impact, environmental impact, still very much in its infancy. Although that's where we need to see the most development, and I think we'll talk later why it's still at this early stage.
Perfect. So we have covered a little bit kind of a general intro on economic impact. Now let's dive in a little bit into concrete case studies. So Stephan,
Adriano.
Yes, it's me. So what are the benefits from your perspective of measuring the economic impact of cultural events such as TEFAF, so the report that you just got? So, and how do such numbers actually influence or could influence decision at the government level? And do you think economic impact studies should become a kind of a regular tool for major cultural events? So are we going to give more money now to...
Let's start with the last part of your question. I would say yes. I think it's also a matter of when you're in the public area like I am, you always have to, of course, make sure that everybody understands why you are spending money on the several levels that you're spending money on. But it's not only to justify, let's say, the level of money that you are contributing to these elements. It's also to explain what you're doing and to create awareness about the importance of, in this case, art and culture play as a role in society. I'm part of the political arena to say so. There is always the case that you have to explain why you are doing the things you are doing. But I'm far more interested from the other level of discussion we had is what is it really contributing? And with that, you can also explain what the role of art and culture is. So I'm very much interested in the area that Martin was explaining. You see that in the social area and in the cultural area. There's, let's say, a lower degree of development when it comes to statistics or research on the contribution part. And I would be very interested, also as a policymaker, to play a role in that, to make that more visible, more transparent, so we can explain to each other, not so much justify, but explain to each other why we are doing the things we are doing. So from both parts, yes, it's very important. I'm very happy with the initiative of TEFAF to come up with this report. I'm very happy with the way your company has contributed with, let's say, with your team to come up with these results. But I'm interested in more of the background beyond what's in the, let's say, the real hard economic data, to say so.
Okay, and maybe another report on the social impacts.
You're doing well for your company.
So let's do that.
Answer is yes. I would be very interested, but not as a way to justify on a political level, but also to explain, also in the political arena, but also to our society on which behalf we make these contributions.
But you really see the demand for
absolutely, that? Absolutely, 100%.
Okay. Victoria, one of your key partners is ASML. So I guess you all know what is ASML, so they create these little chips that are used for everything that you have in your pockets. So how did this collaboration started, and what motivated ASML to invest in culture? What kind of impact information does a partner like ASML want to see? So is it more economic? Is it more related to the social impact that you are creating through your investment? And can you share a concrete example with a couple of KPIs? So this is where we become very precise about how do you report those social impact, not economic impact.
Yes.
So again, a long question.
Yes. Well, first of all, the cooperation with ASML started in a very organic way. It was quite special because the momentum was, I think, right at the moment. I think, a bit more, 3-4 years ago, when the province gave us the assignment to start a public-private fund, ASML was developing their society and community engagement program. So culture is an essential part of that program, but not the only part. They have a very substantial program because they are, of course, aware of their impact on the total of the province, on Brainport region, but so that's one, so they want to invest, give back to the communities, but also because they believe, like I said in the beginning, culture among others, but also education and sports, etc., to be an essential part of the economic growth and vitality of the region. And within their society and community engagement program, partnerships is at the core of its vision. So they realize, for example, in culture, they are not a culture specialist. So they were looking for a partner who, and they, of course, you can imagine, they get a lot of requests in culture, sponsorship and funding. So they looked for a partner in culture, a professional partner, and that were us. So it was a really natural fit. So that's how we started, also very organically. Some people think that this partnership took a long way. I think in 3 months we had our funding program ready. So because we had our impact criteria, what do we believe in culture, they had their criteria, and we merged it into one funding program for culture. And for us it was, of course, a very special case study, because obviously ASML is a special partner, and we realized that for a lot of companies it's not the same way of a level of funding, but in the end it was a very important, and still is an important, learning experience for both of us. So we started to jointly invest. It's based on 50-50, so it's really equal partnership, 50% of provincial funding, 50% of ASML funding, and that together is one funding program for culture. And the focus of that program is not the economic impact. So what ASML wants to see in reporting is primarily the social impact. And then you have to think about accessibility for culture, inclusion, but also social cohesion, and especially the different communities living in that region, international communities, for the livability and attractiveness of the region. So we don't report economically, no.
And if we take now a concrete example of cultural projects that you are supporting,
yeah.
So can you give us some social cohesion? How do you measure that?
We measure through raw data surveys only, basically, because for the economic and other data, we don't use that to afterwards, only before, some for information, and it's only incidental projects. For example, in some exhibitions of bigger museums that we use economic data as well, touristic data, but for us we use KPIs like a net promoter score. So if the audience would like to recommend a certain project, but also if people were inspired by a project. And every project we select has a specific societal impact. It can be an uncertain topic of society, and then we measure very dedicated amongst, also through surveys, if people are moved, inspired, if it changed, if they met different people from different communities, a lot of target group research. So we learned, for example, after the first year, that one of the big aims was to reach more internationals, and in the reports we saw that it didn't. That can still be improved. So then we learn from that and try to implement that in other projects.
And today, so how much fund do you deploy on culture, and how many projects?
Per year?
Yeah.
Well, we started in 2024, and that was a joint budget of not even 1 million. So we started, partnership needs to grow. We started with 14 projects a year, and we also started only with the Brainport region. And now we are expanding through, because we have a provincial assignment. So now it's a bigger part of Brabant, and next year it will be almost the whole province of Brabant. And I think this year we will support over 20 projects per year, 20 to 25. Yeah, and it varies between bigger projects or smaller ones.
And how do you select projects? Because I guess so many people are coming to you.
Yes, yeah, a lot of we have a funding scheme like EU calls where people can read, and then we made there was also a difficult issue in the beginning. People told me, well, will you select, and will the governance keep clear? And we made an impact committee, and of course I think it's obvious that 2 people from ASML are in that board, but focus on the financial and social reporting, and 1 person program from the society and community engagement program. And the primary part, 3 members, we selected independent cultural experts and an independent chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Is it still okay for you? Whoa. Are you sleeping?
Hope not.
No. Okay, so let's continue. So we have 15 minutes to go, and after that we have 10 minutes for questions, so to the panelists, but also on the impact report in case you have any questions. Nicola, no. Martin,
I'm getting used to that.
Martin, so staying with concrete projects, so can you present or explain 2 international public cultural projects, 2 international cultural projects, 1 public, 1 private, and can you explain the cultural impact studies that you have made on those 2 projects? Specifically.
Okay, cultural impact or economic impact?
Economic impact.
Economic impact, okay, thank you. So in most cases, I can't talk about client names, but I'll talk very generally, right? So you get an idea. So on the public one, one interesting thing we've been doing is we've been working with a country to set up its economic assessment and accounting system for culture. So what does it mean? Culture has a pretty unique problem, which is that many of its activities are captured in different categories or sectors of the economy. So economists have a way of slicing the economy into different sectors, transport, construction, media, and so on. And culture cuts across many of those, which makes it often difficult for cultural decision makers to really see the impact of culture. So one way of addressing this is to do what is called satellite accounting, which is a way of bringing together this impact of culture through different sectors into a satellite account, which is a separate account basically, that's added to the regular economic accounting, and which makes this impact more visible basically. This is quite a bit of work at the national economic level, because you need to do lots of things first. You need to say, okay, well, which sectors are concerned, how much of the sector are we talking about, and how do we measure this? And so it usually takes a couple of years to set this up, right? And not every project, some projects start and not every project goes to the end. But when it goes to the end, what you can see is that it gives two things to economic decision makers, but also cultural decision makers. The first one is it gives you a general assessment of the weight of the cultural sector in the whole economy, which is not very easily visible otherwise. And the second one is, because you can track it over time, year after year, it gives you a sense of the growth of that economy. And what you usually see is that the growth of that economy is higher than the average growth in the economy. And so one of the ideas is, of course, that if you want to invest public money, you want to invest it in fast-growing sectors. And this is a way of saying, okay, well, usually culture, in particular subsectors of culture, are faster growing than the average, which is a big economic shift in general. We're moving towards symbolic economy where immaterial outputs become really important. So that's kind of the public sector example. On the private sector example, I can give you an example where we were working with a client who wanted to open an arts and culture organization, and that client was very open to what it should be. There was a rough budget, and so part of the assignment was, well, give us an idea of what the different economic impacts would be if we choose different models. So if we make, I don't know, an art museum out of this, or shall we make a theater out of this, or shall we make perhaps an event out of this that repeats, right? And so in this way, you have a fixed investment budget, and you can play through different assumptions of what this should be. Obviously, for them, the economic impact was not the only result that was interesting. I mean, they had a cultural policy behind this, and they needed to make sure it fit into also the city in which this was going to happen, so that it was going to complement the cultural landscape. But that was a way where, before you do something, actually, you compare the different options, and perhaps also question that, perhaps Stephan will be asking of the report, is to say, okay, those 86 million, where is this? Is this good or bad? What do we need to grow this? Should it stay constant? It's a little bit also the comparison to other projects as well.
Okay, and what is the type of project that this kind of measurement applies to? So do you have to have big cultural projects, or this can also apply to smaller ones?
It can. You can do it at all scales, but because the methodology is usually quite time-consuming, it often doesn't make sense to make it on smaller scales. I think where the methodology becomes really powerful is actually if you do it at a comparative scale, and you deploy it over several institutions or across a whole region, because then you have the same assumptions for every case that you're assessing, and that makes comparison really interesting. Yeah.
Okay. Now, so I would like to move a little bit into the future, and of course, here we talk mostly about public, but I would like to go more into also the private sector. So, Stephan, as you know, so budget is tough. We are lacking money for everything, and especially for culture. And if we would like to get more involved with the private sector, how would you see tools like economic impact and social impact useful to attract more, in brackets, investors, private investors in the cultural sector? And from a government point of view, so what would be your policy to develop such kind of things?
Well, we currently do already engage with private parties when it comes to joint investments, also in cultural events. So, but we are finalizing that model as we speak. As I answered earlier in one of your questions, for instance, when we take the case of the TEFAF itself, because we are right here, we have very strong conversations with the board here to make stepping stones for the future, how we can make that combination, keep track of the relevant audience, I would say, for TEFAF for the future, which is also changing over the years, of course, and make sure that both the public domain, so that's we and the city, for instance, but also the private sector is carefully engaged in that model that we are creating with each other. So at the moment, it's a very relevant topic, I would say, and we're finalizing that. And what you see is that most of the times when the public domain recognizes the importance of a certain area, for instance, the TEFAF, then private parties will follow very soon, I would say. So we are seeing, as we speak, that model works well, but we have to define it. We are still in conversations with each other, and hopefully we can announce a bit more on that later this year.
Thank you. Victoria, how a strong focus on impact help cultural organization to attract private investor? Of course, today you are working with ASML, so they were naturally oriented versus social impact. But if now you have to find additional patrons or partners, so what is this economic impact that can this economic impact measurement can play a role to attract those?
In our experience so far, not so much.
Not so
I have to say, when we talk to new potential private funders for culture companies, it always starts with the conviction that culture is important, but also we also have some companies who maybe are lesser aware of, they think culture is important, but that's not primarily their focus, but they want to attract more talent, for example, to a region. We recently had a very inspiring, I think, example in Helmond. It's a city in Brabant where a group of SMEs, entrepreneurs, took the initiatives themselves. They say, listen, creativity is one of the major skills for now and for the future to keep our talents. And we believe that the artists are masters of creativity, so let's invest in them to enrich our city. I think it was so inspiring. And the second what was helping was what you mentioned, that we have the public support. So the province said already, we are matching your investment in culture. So that's, I think, an economic argument, because of course there are companies, they say, let's say we invest, for example, 50,000, and when we can match that with the provincial money, then it makes 100,000. So my societal investment in culture is doubled. So that's economic thinking, but it's a it's helping it strengthens our case. So I think that's really important. So I really say to the province, it starts with public support, commitment. And then we see that these examples of companies are more and more. Like in Den Bosch, also interesting, very recent, is that a couple of companies in constructing, they are working in the city in different areas, neighborhoods, where they are renovating homes, of course, and building new houses. But they feel responsible to contribute, next to their commercial activities, also to the social cohesion in those. And they see culture so they see cultural partners and artists as essential partners to reach their societal aims. And then we build a coalition, because that's the difference between ASML and, of course, SMEs, that we say, okay, then let's build a coalition of companies. We join as a Brabant Safe Fund, and then you form a partnership. And what is nice about that, that's not only short-term project funding. So not only sponsor one artist and that's that. No, we really start maybe smaller amounts, a few partners, but then you inspire others to co-invest. So that's also very important.
And very quickly, do you see an increasing interest from private sector to support culture?
Yes. I really see that. Yes.
Very good. That's very positive.
And Adriano, may I add?
Yeah, sure.
May I add to that? Because not by coincidence, I know the Minister of Finance from Brabant, but becoming more transparent what the relevance is of the social and cultural impact, there's absolutely no tightness around budgets for these events. So what you see, you started your question, and it's a bit challenging, I understand, is it becomes more constricted, the budget, but it's not the case. So what I see in Brabant, what I see in our own province, we are really willing to spend a relevant number of budgets on, let's say, the projects that you are mentioning.
So even more?
Even more.
Okay, very good. So 2 positive answers today, so great.
I hope more, but let's go.
Sorry?
I hope some more.
No, some more, absolutely. So we have 4 minutes left. So last questions to you, Nicola. Now I'll call you Nicola, Martin. So we have talked a lot about over-measuring economic impact. So you have talked also about the limits of that approach. In terms of framework, so we have the UNESCO here, so where do you see developments in terms of methodology that will encompass economic, social, and human value, so to measure culture?
Yeah. Well, that's basically where the train is going at the moment, right? And it's certainly going that way at the national level and at the regional level, and this is where UNESCO has very, very strong leadership as well. So UNESCO, for example, has the Common Framework on Cultural Statistics, which is relatively technical but important guidance on how to measure the role of culture, usually for governments, national governments, regional governments. And they've just updated this as well. And there's also guidance on measuring the impact of culture, again for national governments in cities mostly. So I think there's some good guidance there, because it's not that we are lacking ideas of how to measure or assess social, cultural, environmental impact. There's lots of good research out there as well. I think we need to wrap our heads around 2 main challenges. The first challenge is there's relatively little accepted or shared guidance for individual institutions or events. But that's where often the lever of change is. And the one lever of change is through policy. The other one is, of course, from individual institutions becoming very educated around this and very vocal and vociferous and pushing for change. And that would be kind of the bottom-up part. And so there's very little unified guidance around this. And part of the work we're doing at AEA is to say, okay, well, what are models actually in which we can have both economic impact and all those other kinds of impact? And that brings me to the second challenge, which is to say, okay, for those other kinds of impact, maybe there are numbers. Some of that can be expressed in monetary units, in euros and dollars, what have you, such as the media value we had just earlier, but some can't. Some might be other kinds of numbers, quantities, percentages, whatever. And some of this is going to be narrative, right? Because I think we'd be closing ourselves off to the power of culture if we don't reckon with the power to change narratives, ways of thinking around the world, about the world. And for me, one key path going forward that's completely underutilized and underpowered at the moment is the contribution of culture to the sustainability transition. Culture has an enormously powerful role as a multiplier because it reaches many people, and that's key. It's key change in behaviors and attitudes, but also because it's largely immaterial. The value that it creates is largely immaterial in the sense of immaterial of not creating a big footprint on the planet. And so there are methodologies to look at this, but I think this is really where we can get smarter as a sector as a whole over time. To really work towards that.
Yeah, and I would have more questions on that, but I'm conscious of time, so I would like to ask you, so really one last question, and if you can answer in one sentence. So there are probably cultural organizations in the audience, and I would like to ask you, so if they have to do one thing differently starting tomorrow to better articulate their value, what would be your advice? Should I start maybe with you, Victoria?
I think focus on the partnership rather than on asking for funding.
Okay.
cultural organizations are already doing so much. And we're asking them to do even more. That's sometimes my conflict, right? But I would say think broadly, think widely, and also challenge some of the frameworks that other people put on you.
Okay, thank you. Stephan?
Focus on forward explanation on your relevance in the future, not from the past.
Wow, great. Thank you so much, my dear panelists. Now we are going to open to questions. And of course, so you can ask them questions, but you can also ask questions about the report that you have seen just before. So I know that the first question is always tricky. So who wants to jump into the ocean of questions? So is there a mic somewhere? Oh. Where? I don't see it.
Thanks for the panel. It was very interesting. It was briefly mentioned that the tastes are changing as well, I guess. For instance, at the fair, that they changed over the last decades. What evolvements of the change of the tastes do you see? What could be the future trends of different tastes of consumers of cultural goods? As for instance, on the TEFAF. If it would be probably on you, Stephan, if you can.
Yeah, I know where your question comes from. That is basically. Thank you for the question. From my remark that we are in current conversations, of course, and I think it's for the fair itself, for the TEFAF itself, how they see the developments for the future. But what we see in general, so I'll take it back to the government, is of course that you see new generations emerging in all different aspects, also when it comes to the audience of the TEFAF. And the remark I just made, when it comes to the relevance of explaining why you are here or what your reason for existence is that you always have to move together with your target audience, not only now, but also for the future. So you should foresee what the relevant topics and developments are in the near future. In the conversations that we have with TEFAF, we see that they are clearly on that path, but I can probably visualize that you have, of course, younger generations exhibitors and younger generations collectors coming up that have different levels of understanding of art, that are looking at different ways in collecting. And I think from a broader perspective, but I'm not an expert on that, I'm a politician, is that, let's say, an organization like TEFAF is well equipped to see how that will evolve in the upcoming years, to say so. I can, for my part, see that they're very busy with that, but that goes for all the, let's say, cultural institutions that we have. Also, for instance, for the 3 provincial museums that we have in Limburg, for instance. So it's not only a unique development for the TEFAF, I would say, but for the whole world of culture and art, and also science, of course. And you see, of course, the levels of innovation that are coming up. So the crossroad that we are at, it has all been mentioned: geopolitical influence, innovation influence, shifting generation. That all has an influence on how you are going to develop your future business model, also, for instance, for the TEFAF. Does that answer your question? More or less.
Do you want to add anything? No? Next question.
Thank you so much for this interesting panel. Especially Martin, of course, you focus on societal and environmental impact. And the word tourism, for example, was also mentioned. Do you feel, if we look beyond economic impact, societal impact can be seen indeed in tourism, but it can also be local impact, more cohesion within the community? How do these conversations look? Because tourism has also, of course, a negative environmental impact. So how are the conversations looking between, is one more important than the other if we look beyond only economic impact?
Yeah. Thank you. You're getting at a very important topic, which is trade-offs, right? As soon as you look at this broader bouquet of potential impacts, you're also asking yourself, if I have more of this, I might have less of that. Tourism is a classic example, right? If I increase tourism, more money comes into the economy, but maybe if there's over-tourism, there's social disruption, and there is a negative environmental impact depending on how tourists arrive. But this is the case with all major decisions, right? And I think having this full picture just gives us a way of making an informed decision and saying, okay, well, we know that giving this one thing priority will have negative impact somewhere else. But if you only focus on economic impact, we don't see those other impacts elsewhere, right? And so this is where why that holistic picture becomes really important. And that's also the sustainability transition is essentially around this, right? We hear often, okay, it's a win-win-win situation, economic, social, and environmental win. There are some situations like that, but others are not like that. And those are the hard decisions, but that need to be made. And this is a good reason to really look at the full picture.
Thank you, Martin. Other question? I don't see any. Yeah, okay, please. There's one over there.
I would like to ask more in a macroeconomic scale. So in our current landscape of fragmented geopolitics and trade uncertainty, do you believe international hubs like Maastricht can still function as truly neutral ground for cultural diplomacy and global capital flow? Or is the high-level art trade becoming increasingly susceptible to the same protectionist shifts we see in other sectors?
Stephan, can you take this one?
I thought you were going to pick me on that one. It's a very good question. Thank you for that. It's something that's on the top of our head as well, and what you also hear and see when you're walking on the fair here, when you talk to exhibitors, but also on the collectors from that side. I strongly believe that, but that's based on the discussion I had the last couple of days, I must admit. Although it's a question that you can think of for another 2 weeks, I think, is that they are not looking across the lines of geopolitics. That's what I see. So they value the fact that there is a hub like the TEFAF here, and it's not so much about political boundaries, I would say. So I think overall what I hear from people when we are discussing this topic is that they really value the hub that the TEFAF is and that Maastricht is in this case. But it's a very valid and good question, I would say. Good audience, Adriano.
Not me, TEFAF. So on a Monday morning on top, huh? Wow. So
there was another question, I think, in the back over there. Yeah. So a hand that was raised there.
I think the mic is running. There's also one there. Yeah.
Trying to help you, Adriano.
Thank you so much.
Apologies.
Private-public partnership.
There we go.
Yes, thank you very much. I was wondering, since we could see in the study from Deloitte that the visitors make such a huge contribution to the economic impact, and also the other impact, like social inclusion, obviously also focuses on visitor numbers. And we've talked a lot about explaining the reason for it. I was just wondering, how, especially on a policy level or a governmental decision, either regional, national, international, well, the question comes now. What is kind of the explanation or the advertisement that you give in order to explain to visitors why they should actually visit these kind of events, apart from, the kind of standard explanation of it is good art, or it is kind of, you can see a valuable, socially valuable, culturally valuable object, just in the sense that I think a lot of my friends who don't come from the humanities, it's not enough for them anymore to say, oh, you must go see a Picasso because it's a Picasso, but you need to convince them, I think, on other grounds. Would you agree with that? Or, how do you strategize kind of?
If I may, so I think this is a question for Will. So Will, if you don't mind, so maybe you can answer that question, except if you would like. No, it's fine? Yep. Will, go ahead.
Sure. Thanks, Adriano.
Welcome.
It's obviously something that we think about every single day, and I think actually what Stephan was saying in reply to the last couple of questions is very much connects to this. Well, of course, if you look at TEFAF, and I think we've talked already about being practical and trying to talk about public and private aspects working together today. We are originally at its core a place of commerce, of course. And if you just limit it to that, then I think there's a degree of saying at some point, well, will geopolitical tensions mean at some point that it won't be possible, or this might not be the best place for commerce? But over the 38 editions or 39 editions that we've had of the fair, we have grown into something that we believe stands for much more, and those things are advantageous for exactly what you just referred to. If you take, for example, the idea that an art fair in a specific location can have a contribution to the local economy, that goes way, that's much a lower threshold than saying we have 15,000 objects that come from all over the world from all time, that if you just wander around, you'll be talking to the leading expert in that particular category to learn, to engage, to understand that cultural connections have been going back thousands and thousands of years. And that is a challenge for us to try and package that. But it's something that we work very hard on, but we have been privileged to have the support of Maastricht and Limburg in building up that platform.
Thank you, Will. And I think we have to stop here. So we're running out of time, I guess. So I would like to thank my great panelists. So Stephan, Nicolas now, so Martin, of course, so Victoria, thank you so much. Thank you all. I wish you a really great fair, a great summit. Thank you, TEFAF, for organizing that. So thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Simonsz-van. I'm leading the programming here at TEFAF. I'm really grateful that all of you have come here, like Adriano also said, on the Monday morning, nice and early, 9 a.m. sharp. So thank you for coming. And also thank you for Adriano and the other speakers for this wonderful conversation. As you've already seen, today we will be talking beyond economic impact. And I think Victoria Simonsz-van Krieken already outlined that how Brabant C is focusing very much on the social impact. And this will also be the focus for the next conversation, which will be focused on the role in development and social impact beyond economic impact. I would like to welcome Hildegard Schneider, member of the Netherlands Commission for UNESCO, and the other panelists to join me on the stage. Your seats are ready now. Ready for takeoff.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Simone. And welcome and good morning still to the audience. I'm very glad to see my panelists. Please take a seat. Please take a seat. And Kathleen, would you please sit here? In the middle. Yeah, so please. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much for having invited us again to have a panel as to organize from the UNESCO perspective. Kathleen already gave a very impressive introduction to the UNESCO perspective in her welcoming speech. Now, my name is Hildegard Schneider, as it was said, and I'm a member of the Dutch UNESCO Commission, but I'm also an emeritus professor of Maastricht University. And for many, many years, I was teaching, next to my main subject, European law, a course at Maastricht University called Art and Law, starting a bit as a hobby of myself, but becoming a rather important course in our curriculum. And I say this because I would like to stress also from the importance, and not only the economic perspective, how many of the alumni of the university come back to Maastricht at the moment of TEFAF to visit again the TEFAF because they got the possibility to visit TEFAF during this course. And many told me that I have started to collect and to be interested in art because they had this possibility. So I would like to also thank the TEFAF for the opportunities to generations of students, because we have taught this for decades, I would say. And I came to Maastricht 45 years ago with the starting of the law faculty, and I saw the changes, and I also saw the change of TEFAF from a very important collection and presentation of the old Dutch masters and other areas, but also this changing of, yes, the exhibition, but also of the changing of the customers and the visitors. So I think it is very important a little bit to look back, but to understand better the future. But that's all I want to say about me. Now I want to introduce my panel. And actually it was interesting that Martin said before also the linkage between culture and the importance of the culture to sustainable development. And so I would like to introduce my first panelist, Joost Vervoort, who is Associate Professor of Transformative Imagination at Utrecht University, but very much interested in the issue of the contribution of creative cultural sector can make to sustainability and to the just society. My second panelist is Marian Duff, who was born in Paramaribo in Suriname and raised in Haarlem, and now is a founding member and director of OSCAM, which stands for Open Space and Contemporary Art Museum, which I think very much shows the importance of inclusivity and innovation in the cultural sector and the space we have to give to the creative sector in a very broad sense. So I hope you can give us later examples where you can show this. Then I introduce John Johnston, who will give us a project, The Paradoxical Value of Culture. Your background is from the Irish connection with the Northern Ireland situation, also the issue of culture and in difficult periods. And I hope your introduction can also show how culture can contribute, but also splits very often societies. Because in the very beginning it was said culture connects societies and people beyond borders. That is certainly true also, as we can see, in a Euro-region like Maastricht, but it also can very often become problematic. So that is very important. And we needed a fourth chair because originally we had another panelist, Christiane Matthijssen, as Deputy Director General from Culture and Media of the Dutch Ministry of Education, Culture and Sciences, but she is ill. But I'm very happy that Kathleen was willing to take the chair and to discuss with us the UNESCO perspective, I would say again. So starting with Joost, you have developed a model in measuring and explaining the influence of culture, but not from an economic perspective, but much more from a sustainability perspective. Could you explain your model, perhaps, a bit?
Yeah, and I think it's going to turn up on screen soon as well. There we go. Yeah, hi everyone. So I've been part of a research project called Creatures, which was an EU-funded project that ran for a few years and that involved researchers from all across Europe, creative practitioners, funders, and policymakers. And we were really looking for, we did many things in this project, and it was really, the project was really focused on how do we connect creative practices in cultural sectors to real societal transformations, which is a difficult question. And so many experiments were done and so on, but the thing that we sort of focused on with this model was a question of how do we develop a shared language between creatives and policymakers and funders and foundations and so on to talk about the transformative power of creative practice. And yeah, we really started with creative practitioners to ask them questions about how would you describe what your contribution is to the world? How do you feel like you're contributing to the world? Not just with one project, but with your entire history of practice. And how do you see that developing into the future? So we had these very rich narratives. We did this with many people across Europe in the project. And out of that, and sort of then bringing that to researchers, various disciplines, and to policymakers and funders and so on, this model came out as as these 9 dimensions that sort of together represent a whole diverse world of ways to think about creative practice and sustainable change and transformative change. Behind each of these 9 dimensions is a whole bunch of research. Basically, well, we talked to creatives and to funders and so on, and we asked them, what do you need, you know? And of course, the first idea was to start with very concrete indicators or something like that. But the projects are so different from each other. If you think about it, making a model that cuts across all creative sectors, from music to game design, to figurative arts and so on, it's super diverse. So what people were looking for more were sort of like underlying logics and theories. Like, how do we even talk about this? We all know that the arts and cultural sectors and so on, this work matters, but how do we understand the mechanisms at various levels that sort of help us explain what happens? One bias that a lot of people have is sort of at the individual level. That's what I've noticed, or what we noticed with the research. A lot of people think that it's important to look only at individual behavior change, but I think many of us understand that creative practices contribute to culture as a whole. They contribute to the shifting of norms and values, of how ideas are communicated, to societal imaginaries, which is a term that we use a lot in sort of academic context. So there's much more going on at sort of collective and institutional and societal levels than only, okay, someone visits an exhibition and they have an individual insight and an individual behavior change, like we're reprogramming robots when they come in, right? So this model covers a lot of these things. We start with changing meanings, which is all about sort of this societal work that culture does in terms of shifting understandings and what can be imagined, what people are learning. Embodying is the first one there, because we think because this is research shows is that experience and really feeling things in your body is a very important starting point, right? But this is sort of a level that many artists also talk about their own work. But then actually changing connections is an important sort of cluster of dimensions there as well. Who comes together around art? How do they organize themselves? Does artistic practice inspire new forms of social organization? Artistic practices have a unique benefit in that they bring people together around certain values and aesthetics without sort of prescribing very specific things, right? It's a little bit different to go to a concert, for instance, than to go to a protest right away. They have different functions. Inspiring, and how these things travel. And then finally, and importantly, changing power. Because we're not just talking about how do we make art that makes culture and society a little nicer. We're talking about systems change, right? And we are in a situation of global encroaching fascism, collapsing societies, genocide, and in that situation, what can art do, right? Many people turn to art to say something, right? But what does that look like, and how does that express itself? So that's very important. One that's part of that is subverting, which is about dismantling and subverting current systems, which is something that I've spoken about this model a lot in the sort of cultural sectors. Many people are interested in this question: how do we dismantle damaging current systems? But actually working on that is scary for many people, especially if you're part of the establishment and you have a lot to, you think you have a lot to lose. But anyway, we live in a crumbling world, so I think it's important to really think about these things as systems change, and not just, okay, how do we make it a little bit better, or how do we measure our success and keep things as they are. Yeah.
Thank you. May I ask you already a little bit explain more on the open space contemporary art and make it in so far a little bit more explicit, because you have examples.
Shall we check the videos first?
Yeah. Oh, it's coming.
Hallo, ik ben Nino en ik ben 10 jaar. Ik ben kindermuseumdirecteur, omdat ik het mij leuk om mijn ideeën te delen met anderen en te bepalen hoe het op kinderdag eruit gaat zien. Celebrate You betekent voor mij dat ik mezelf kan zijn en dat kan vieren. Ik vind dat andere kinderen naar het Kinderdagfestival moeten komen, omdat het een gezellige dag wordt en we hebben meerdere activiteiten die we met z'n allen kunnen doen. En ik hoop dat wij jullie kunnen inspireren om beter te worden en jezelf te zijn.
I think we get a second one to explain the position.
Mijn naam is Lies de Borg. Ik heb vandaag mijn zus bijgestaan, Nicole de Borg, bij het geven van de rondleiding in de tentoonstelling.
Ik kom van het platteland, van het oosten van Nederland. En dat is Twente. En als je Twente en Suriname nu hebt, zijn er best wel veel overeenkomsten. Want wij gingen vroeger ook altijd naar tantes en oma's. Maar ik had een werkende moeder. En als die er niet was, die tante of die oma, dan ging je werd opgevoed door een heleboel tantes en een heleboel oma's. Dus dat is wel heel opvallend.
Dit is een stukje geschiedenis, een stukje cultuur die wij altijd, ten alle tijden, puur moeten houden.
Ja, vandaag was echt een super toffe dag om te praten met alle ouderen in de wijk, hier in Amsterdam Zuidoost. Dat zij hier binnenkomen en dat we onze verhalen konden delen met hun en ook input krijgen van hun. Ik denk dat we dat veel te weinig doen, dat intergenerationele gesprek met elkaar voeren, dat we de wijsheid van de ouderen meekrijgen, dat we het wiel niet opnieuw uitvinden, maar ook dat wij kunnen vertellen over hoe wij nu dingen ervaren. Dus die uitwisseling en de wijk hier binnen, ja, dat was wel echt bijzonder.
Thank you. Just before I turn back to you, Joost, how would you say that the Open Space Contemporary Art Museum is following your model, or where would you put it?
I mean, I think you could probably say something about most of these dimensions when I see this, and I think making new connections, the sort of connection level was most obvious, I think, and sharing worlds and sharing imaginations and different ways of seeing the world and bringing that together. I would be very interested to know if something has come out of this, if people have sort of kept in touch, right? If they started doing things, or how the experiences of this coming together have affected their conversations with their own family members, right? Because so how does this sort of like shift of experience spread? I mean, I've heard some things about how it's hard to do research on these things, but I think it really depends on the discipline, right? I hear a lot about surveys and so on, but I think if you really sit people together, you interview them as a group or as individuals, you follow people for a while, you take part in artistic practices, you can get a lot of deep data on this. And I think that an experience like this shows like it's ripe for that kind of analysis. Yeah.
Perhaps, you can explain now what OSCAM really means. And what does it bring to you, and how do you deal with it?
OSCAM stands for Open Space Contemporary Art Museum, in short OSCAM. I founded OSCAM like 8.5 years ago, and it's in the middle of the shopping mall, the Amsterdam Sport in Amsterdam Southeast. So you can drop by during shopping or just drop by because you want to see some art and some exhibitions. At OSCAM, we connect fashion, art, design, development, and craftsmanship with the local community, but we also work with international partners and artists. And I founded OSCAM because in the museum field, I didn't often see people look like me, and I wanted to create an open space, but mostly a safe space for people to feel seen, empowered, and also that they feel that their stories are also important. We work mostly with young people, young professionals, and also with kindermuseum directors. And we started last year with tours for elderly people, seniors, because we think it's important to connect them with our museum, because they built Amsterdam Southeast, also known as the Bijlmer, 57 years ago, and they paved the way so that I can do my thing. We can do our thing.
And is it growing?
We started as an organization and the foundation with only freelancers, and since 2 years we also have 12 people with a steady contract, including myself, so I gave up my freelance life. And it's increasing because we see a lot of people from all over the world who wants to see how we build an open space and a safe space. So, we're increasing.
And would you say, because we discussed also the position of TEFAF and the position in Limburg and for the future, would you say that something like this should also be connected to a very established fair like TEFAF?
I think it's important to stay in contact and connect people and artists from all over the world and also self-taught artists, because we can learn from each other. And if we stay open to learn, yeah, then I think it's important to make connections like organizations like ours.
Because, I mean, UNESCO has published also 2 reports now on the culture, and it shows how important the culture is for the newcomers, the society, not so much the establishment, and how important this is for a sustainable development, I would say, in society like the Netherlands. So you would say this is very important, also connect these new developments of art and culture and cultural expression to society as a whole, and including to established art fairs.
For me, the culture is not new. I am the culture.
Yeah.
The communities I work with are the culture. So it's important to give them a place in the museum field, the art field, but also at fairs like TEFAF.
Thank you. I now turn to...
Perhaps I may add to what was just said. When we presented our first report, advice, that was before this one, onvervangbaar. We presented it to the by then State Secretary for Culture, Gunay Oesloe, and she said, if the established cultural sector is not capable of connecting to the culture, they will not survive. And I think that is a very strong statement that still is very valuable in these days and for the future. I just wanted to add that.
Thank you very much. Now, John, we move from, let's say, a very positive development with the young, with the older, with the culture, to a more traumatic and paradoxical situation of culture. So your statement, I would really like to ask.
Yeah, I mean, my talk is I've got a thing written to read out to you because I've got some images to show you as well of an example of the paradoxical values of culture from my homeland in Ireland. That I'd like to maybe show that first as an inspiration and maybe get into a conversation afterwards. That's okay. But you're going to have to be my automatic clicker, so I have to talk to you about it. So, as an Irishman, to be given 6 minutes to talk isn't easy, I can tell you, but which is why I'm going to read to you. It's not my norm, but it'll hopefully keep me on track. So the paradoxical values of culture are found in how its fabric is woven out of the threads of a shared, learned, and dynamic set of beliefs, practices, behaviours, and symbols that define a group's way of life. However, while the fabric represents a sense of identity to one group, it may also alienate another. And in times of international and social tension, and crucially in the dangerous hands of populist rhetoric, this fabric can be woven extremely tightly, so much so that there's very little room for any other threads to exist. This is the fabric of exclusion. In the next 6 minutes or so, I'll attempt to highlight how the values attached to culture can lead to extreme violence, but also can lead to incredible acts of transformation and healing. I do this through the lens of the good, the bad, and the ugly. Change slide, please. The good. Culture is formed by elements like language, values, norms, rituals, and material objects, artifacts, education, stories, histories, public displays, architecture, and the design of social space. All these are aspects of culture. It is not innate, but passed through generations, shaping how people interact, communicate, and understand the world. These entities weave the fabric of culture, and as often the case, they intend to touch us, to move our aesthetic being to levels that reach far beyond financial gain or economic interest, and offer us a way to shape our own and community's meaning. Making and accessing culture makes us human. The bad. The former Norwegian peace academic Johan Galtung states that cultural violence are those aspects of culture embedded in the symbolic sphere of our existence that are exemplified by religion and ideology. Language and art, empirical science, can be used to justify or legitimize what is called structural violence, a factor that is supported by political or cultural or social policy which is informed and driven by notions of difference and separation. The ugly. Direct violence represents behaviours that serve to threaten life and in itself and or to diminish one's capacity to meet our basic human needs. Stars, crosses, flags, crescents, anthems and military parades, the ubiquitous portrait of leaders, inflammatory speeches, posters and paintings, theatre, music, education, all these cultural threads can be used to create division, mistrust and promote the type of fear that ultimately leads to hate and physical or direct violence. In the most extreme cases, it can even lead to genocide. Change slide, please. In my homeland of Ireland, these cultural entities have been used throughout history to create two distinct cultural groups based on religion and national identity. On one hand, you have the Irish, historically identified as Catholic. On the other hand, you have the Protestant, historically identified as British. This slide shows, on the screen, the cultural signage, symbols, artifacts, and even sporting traditions that represent the Catholic Irish. Next slide, please. This slide reflects the cultural identity of the Protestant British. Those in the room who know of the troubled sectarian history of Europe may recognize the character on the left as the Dutch Prince of Orange, King William III. Painted by Jan Wyck in 1688, the work was created prior to the notorious Battle of the Boyne in 1690, when the Protestant William of Orange defeated the Catholic King James II to secure the Protestants' ascendancy in Ireland. A victory that is celebrated to this day through the summer marching season, which can be seen in the image in the top right. From sport to music, flags and public parades, the cultural fabric of my homeland, as with many across the world, is weaved out of threads of the good, the bad, and the ugly. Change slide, please. The ugly is present when culture becomes corrupted to such an extent that the images, symbols, language, and narratives played out through traditions are used to polarize and divide society into what Henry TEFAF describes as in and out groups. This division ultimately leads to direct physical violence. In the context of Northern Ireland, the perceived difference between Protestant British and Catholic Irish is reinforced by such threads, which weave mistrust, fear, hatred into the cultural fabric. These threads overwhelm what is often the beautiful aspects of culture, so much so that it leads to extreme violence, and as in the case study which I'm about to show you, the death of a young whose only crime was to be born into a different cultural identity to those who murdered him. Next slide, please. In this context, the corrupt threads of culture need to be exposed and unpicked and seen and discussed. As an artist and a cultural worker, I've done this with two groups of young people, one Catholic Irish, the other Protestant British. Both groups come from the same town where the boy was killed. The Catholic kids knew the murdered boy, the Protestant kids knew many, if not all, of those accused of his murder. In these moments, the artist becomes a cultural worker, drawing on the power of the arts to form a transformative tool that helps people learn their way out of conflict. I see this in 4 stages of transformation. The first is to expose the corrupted threads. The second is to separate them and question their source and effect. The third is to reimagine new threads. And the fourth is to weave these into the fabric in order to make new meaning and transform the behaviors and attitudes that the corrupt threads foster. Such transformation can only come by unraveling the threads of mistrust, fear, and hatred. And this we done with surgical precision. Flying in the face of social researchers who said it was not possible, we not only held the symbols of the other in our hands, we reclaimed them and painted them. The language of division was exposed and reimagined to form 2 distinctly different paintings that on the surface looked like they reinforced division. However, the icons of Protestant Britishness were painted by Catholic Irish and vice versa. Then the paintings and the kids came together and they chose to paint over their work and design a new collective narrative. After an intense period of dialogue, the 2 paintings became one, and the young people followed the art's lead and also became one. We discussed and named the words that caused the death of the boy, and then these were transferred in order of greatest importance and significance onto the surface of the painting. Last slide, please. And at the center of their artwork, they painted the word school, which translates to me as education. one of the pillars of culture. The last act of transformation was, in my opinion, one of the most honest and ethically grounded motions I have ever seen delivered by young people caught in the front line of conflict and coming from what was seen as opposing sides. They tore strips of the surface of the painting to reveal the reality that remains at the heart of the cultural division. Some elements of the original image came back into view, and in doing so they disturbed the picture plane. This was deliberate, and in some way it is why I share this art with you today and place it in the midst of what some would say or declare as high culture. This painting, like Picasso's Guernica, highlights the paradoxical values of culture. How can something so beautiful be so disturbing? How can something heighten our aesthetic being while holding a mirror to our inhumanity? Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Perhaps, Kathleen, I can turn to you in this relation to what John just presented. How would you say this, because you mentioned this already, the spirit of UNESCO, but which needs today, and still, I would say, in some extent also in Ireland, how we can help with culture to come up with understanding?
Yes, actually, what already in this this whole morning actually called my attention, first of all, the words that were spoken by Martin Müller, who we also call Nicholas, is saying culture as a multiplier is what I hear again. And it is so important what has been brought forward already, thinking of culture as a multiplier, is the measuring. It all comes to the measuring, also when you talk about funding. And that is what we wanted to bring forward as National UNESCO Commission with our advice, the importance of the culture. What do you measure? How do you measure? And that is why your 9-dimension model is so important, because we have to change our mindset to really value what's going on and step away from what you were saying in this fragmenting world, step away from the way we used to do the things. What you were mentioning now in your very impressive words is we hear it so often, it is not possible. We are used to do it this way, so forget the other ways. And you at OSCAM are showing us that everything is possible. And you know that is what we UNESCO stand for. You know, culture is humanity, and it is far beyond what we have always considered the way of doing things, what we call normal. It is about inclusivity. It is about creating safe spaces, and realizing that the way that we are used to do things is often excluding, while culture is the tool we all have at our hands to use it to connect. So this very much summarizes what I have heard so far.
Yes.
Hildegard,
and
is this answering your question?
But how would you say that policy and politics need to change to support this view on culture, the art, and our societies?
Yeah, definitely. Politics has to open its eyes for this, and that is why we were so happy when the then Secretary of State said the cultural institutions, the network we have on cultural, and they have to open their eyes and minds to what is going on. And I've been in politics myself. Well, I say once a politician, always a politician. I've been a member of Dutch Parliament for over 10 years. And there I have learned that very often society starts first and then politics follow when they see, you know, here is something going on that we really cannot ignore anymore. So society often is forward on politics, and that's why it's so important, and I wanted to stress that also in my introductory words, that these times that have been defined by you, you know, these fragmenting times, when all we value is under pressure, really calls upon all of us as a society to make politics and the policymakers see how important it is, what culture does in creating the necessary connections that our whole world, not only we in Europe, not only the people who come to TEFAF, but we all need these connections to make a point against violence, war, exclusion, and violating human rights.
Thank you. Joost.
Look, I'm a complete newcomer to TEFAF, but what I've heard from people about it is that we should also maybe question how much violence is inherent in, you know, the power that connects artistic purchase, you know, people being in privileged positions, being able to buy art as a status symbol, right? How much violence is there in the current system as well, right? There is, of course, the threat of fascism, anti-democratic forces, and so on. And people who are in that space really understand the power of culture, right? They understand. You know, when I talk to people in the culture sector, often people say the culture sector doesn't change that quickly, and so on, right? It's very difficult to change anything. If you look at fascists all around the world, they just believe that they can change the world because they're kind of insane, you know, often, right? They have this sort of megalomania, but in a way they're right? They take charge of specific infrastructures and they transform them. Often they destroy them. I think it's easy to destroy culture, right? That's something that you can do very quickly. But I think we have to be a little bit more aware about the power that's already in the systems that we're in, especially in such elite spaces as this, where power and art are completely entangled, right?
Yeah.
I'm curious,
Perhaps
about
you
your
can react to that.
Yeah.
You know about it.
But perhaps it is a moment also in light of the time, perhaps to get the reaction of the audience, because we talk about the society. So I would like to ask whether there are direct questions to the panelists at this moment. Yeah? There. Another? Yeah.
Hello. I thought it was really inspiring of what you guys talked about, but I remember listening to a podcast, like The Art Angle, something like that, and there was an episode asking how we could not only change institutions, but if we could make a new institution like museums or other cultural institution, like what could we make that is new, that is completely different, but in a good way towards sustainability, every type of sustainability. So my question for you would be, if we had a completely new system, what is something that towards political and sustainable justice, what would you guys do? I'm sorry if it's a tough question to answer. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we can start by the advisory boards, because the advisory boards are still the same and people are for more than 8 or 10 years in the same advisory board. So I would start with changing the advisory boards.
And why would you change them?
Because they're still the same people on the same positions, and I think they have to step up and make place for the next generation.
And the representation should be more
inclusive.
Diverse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you're really asking how do we start from scratch, I think this is an incredibly political question, right? And it's not neutral. Let's just do it, because of course different political positions have completely different takes on this. But I think I had this conversation. I work in the games industry a lot, and what would we do with endless money, basically, right? And how can we start again? And lots of people said, actually, we don't want more games or anything like that. We want places for physical convening of communities, right? Where people can come together to build real new imaginaries. This work of sort sort of, how do you, so imaginaries is this concept of big imaginations about the future, and how do they get power? They're collectively held, so a lot of people believe in them. They're publicly performed, so if I talk about a certain imaginary, or we're talking about it here on stage, that matters, and they're institutionally supported. So their imagination of the future is inscribed in the infrastructures of society, right? And those new imaginaries get built by bringing people together, by giving resources to people to make their own stories about the future. And I think that's a really radical, a complete societal restructuring is required for that, which is not so easy.
I don't believe it's worth wasting our energy trying to change systems. I come from education. I come from the most amazing part of education, which is art. I think we infect systems with new ideas. I think if we start to put our energies into trying to change what exists, we're going to burn ourselves out. And I think education is a key component of this. And what's happening in the world today just didn't happen overnight. Education's been creating the conditions for this to happen for the past 100 years. We have a lack of critical thinking, a lack of critical knowledge, and we have a lack of art, and we have a lack of culture and education. And I look around the room and I see we're about 1/3 full. I can guarantee if this was a conference on arms sales, it would be packed. It would be full. And when we talk about money and art, bring it on. Let's use it properly. Let's distribute the wealth in a proper manner, because the money which is going into the buying of purchase of guns and bombs and bullets and missiles and one thing and another, it far outshadows anything that we can talk about. So what we got to do is be smart. We got to survive, and we've got to survive well, and we've got to be present when this dies down. And then we're going to move, and we have to change. But we do not change systems. Systems are not there to be changed. They're there because they exist, like structural violence is present. We infect the system with ideas, and education is the way to do that.
I saw another question, yes, if I'm correct here.
Hi. So I have a question. How would it look like for this transition to be achieved from this idea of considering, like, if there is already a change in the imaginary, how would that translate into material change for the societies that where this is taken part of? Because I was thinking also kind of in the same line, how would you respond to critiques stating that culture can become a tool for pacifying political dissidents rather than achieving true material change within a society? Cultural production, in this case, not representing a direct change to the economical structures that enable global oppression, like with genocides and imperialist invasions going on in the world.
So basically, your question is how to move forward. Is that right? Did I understand your question right?
I can maybe jump on this.
Yeah, please.
Quickly, and then. Because I think the question was a bit about imaginaries, right? In that sense.
Yeah. So my question was more in the sense of how should we address the risk of this cultural change remaining in the frame of ideas and not actually translating into material political change in the systems that enable global inequality.
I think there's something wrong in the way that you're sort of splitting up cultural change and material change. I think these things are very connected, right? So I think if we understand, maybe this is not just you, but many people, right? But maybe if we can understand that our imaginations, different imaginations, are completely entangled with our material realities, right? We can make up some kind of story about a future that's sort of like out there, but what we really believe the future will be or could be is evidenced by what we do every day, right? So our imaginations of the future and what we do materially in the world are completely connected. So with the right sort of shared imaginations combined with the right social practices and activities and the changing of infrastructures, these things they're developing together, and the idea that imagining a new world and what we do now in the world as actual material practice are sort of separate, I think is dangerous, because I think the way what you're saying is about how these sort of imaginaries can be used for genocidal programs and so on. It means that you have to look at the genocidal actions or the repressive actions together with this imagination. That's actually part of the imagination. It's not separate.
I'm sorry for not grasping your question immediately, but indeed, to follow up on what has been said already, I think what is so important and what we are actually showing with our 80th anniversary exposition of 18 women who make the difference every day is what you are saying. Firstly, all of us already in our daily lives and practices are like infecting the system with new ideas by creating safe spaces where people who usually do not meet each other get a chance to change ideas, like we have seen in your very impressive video. And what I find very important and what we try to do at UNESCO in general, and certainly at the National UNESCO Commission, is to encourage people to speak out, to stand up, and to present, to give a platform to what they are already doing in their day-to-day life, because it is already like infecting the system with new ideas to make to finally get to the change that we need. And one word I haven't heard, which I find very important, is the word courage. To really stand up. These times demand us to stand up and speak out and show what we call the soft powers that are actually not soft, because you're right. When we were talking about funding arms, it would have been full. But what the powers that we stand for, we should never underestimate them, because they are infectious, like a COVID virus that can really change everything.
One last sentence.
One last thing on it, just as a marker of the power of what we sit on, is that in the first war in Iraq, the United States announced that they were going to go to war, and it was Colin Powell who stepped out of the Security Council to make that announcement. When he stepped out, all his advisors seen there was a tapestry of Guernica on the wall. They had it removed. It could not fall as a backdrop for a man who was going to say, we're about to go to war. They had it covered with a blue cloth. That's the power of what we hold. That's the power of it. We need to recognize that and use it to good worth.
Thank you very much. I think in light of the time, I have to close the panel. Thank you very much, the panelists. Thank you very much, the audience.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're all caffeinated for our second part of today's summit. We have had conversation now on the economic impact on culture, on the social dimension, and our next one will be focusing on the impact of culture on health and well-being. Before we start with our panel discussion, we invited Daisy Fankert, Professor of Psychobiology and Epidemiology. My German is struggling here with these. Epidemiology, sorry about that. But she's also the author of Art Cure. And the Art Cure is a recently released book that received lots of attention across also the art press, because in her book she's investigating how science can impact and art can transform our health. So before we start with our panel discussion, which will be moderated by Thomas Marks, he's partner at Marks and Carlyle, I would like to give the floor digitally via Zoom to Daisy. So enjoy this short intro keynote.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to talk research today. I'm going to share some slides about being conducting. Given that we're talking about the art play and about economics, I wanted to talk particularly about economic evidence and public health evidence for the benefits of arts and cultural engagement. So I want to consider what the evidence base is telling us about the importance of funding and supporting the arts within society as a way of supporting public health. When I talk about the arts, I'm referring to everything from participating in the arts to more receptively going to cultural venues and exhibitions and heritage sites. Back in 2017, I began working with the World Health Organization, and we published a landmark report that summarized the evidence base on the health impacts of arts engagement from over 3,500 scientific papers. What we identified and proposed in the report is that when we engage in the arts, we give our brains and bodies ingredients which are important to health. Some of these ingredients are found in other behaviors too: physical activity, cognitive stimulation, social interaction. But other ingredients are particularly strongly expressed in the arts: creativity, imagination, aesthetics, multisensory engagement. These combined ingredients activate various psychological, biological, social, and behavioral processes that influence our health. We see this impact of arts engagement both from the everyday arts that we engage in our own lives and in the community for the pure joy of it as a leisure behaviour, through to more public health focused programs that might prescribe or refer the arts to people through medical professionals, through to the more clinically focused engagement in things like creative arts therapies. But essentially, all of these different kinds of programs are capable of influencing health, even though often we focus more on the medicalized programs when we're thinking about health outcomes. Nonetheless, today I want to talk about this left-hand side, the everyday engagement that people do for leisure, and why this is so fundamental to health and well-being. I'm an epidemiologist, so as my day-to-day work, I make use of big data, large data sets that track tens of thousands of people across their entire lives. Now, naturally, some of these individuals participate in the arts and some of them don't, which means we're able to follow up whether the outcomes are different for people who are more arts engaged compared to people who are not. Through our research, we found that people who participate more in the arts and go to cultural activities more, over time have reductions in mental distress, improvements in mental functioning, and improvements in life satisfaction. Crucially, these results are not explained by things like people's demographics, their wealth, their education, their other behaviours, or the social activities they might engage in their lives. Epidemiologists like me map all of these different factors and build statistical models to test whether arts engagement is associated with long-term health outcomes independent of all of these factors. And that indeed is what we see: arts engagement independently linked in with a range of public health benefits. I've worked with economists through the Department for Culture, Media, Sport in the UK, and we've tried to identify what the economic benefit is of these mental health and well-being outcomes. We've considered the impact on quality adjusted life years, so the number of life years that people live free from disease and illness with high well-being, the reductions in health and social care usage, and enhancements in people's productivity. We found that for mental health alone, participating in the arts is worth £10 billion a year to UK society, whilst attending cultural venues is worth £4.8 billion a year. And this is just based on current rates of adults participating in the arts in the UK. We've also been able to identify that everyday arts engagement reduces the risk of people developing mental illness. People who are more engaged in the arts have a lower odds of developing depression over a following 10-year period if they are more regularly arts engaged. In fact, amongst older adults, those who are regularly engaged have half the odds of developing depression over the next 10 years compared to people who are never engaged, even once we've taken account of their demographics and their other aspects of their lifestyle. Again, thinking about the economics, we've found in the UK that this prevention of depression through the arts is worth £1.4 billion just for older adults, those over the age of 50 alone. As well as influencing our mental health and well-being, we also know that the arts influence other physical and cognitive aspects of our health. For example, people who are more engaged creatively, either as amateurs or as professional artists, have better connectivity within brain regions that are vulnerable to aging. And they actually have younger brain ages. Their brains age slower compared to people who are not creatively engaged. And we also see this delayed aging in other physiological systems. People who are regularly involved going to cultural activities and events have younger physiological ages. These are indices that look at different biomarkers across different biological systems in the body. And these indices show that people who are regularly arts engaged are around 2 years younger biologically compared to people who are not engaged. And they have a slower pace of aging over the next 4 years. And we've also shown that people who are regularly engaged in the arts have different patterns of gene expression. Particular patterns of gene expression are known as epigenetic clocks, and they're another marker of biological aging. And people who are regularly arts engaged have younger biological clocks. In fact, weekly arts engagement is associated with a younger epigenetic clock that is the same as weekly physical activity. But whilst we're very used to talking about physical activity and health, we're not talking about arts in the same way. These biological processes actually lead to a reduced risk of developing a range of physical and cognitive disorders as we get older. People who are regularly engaged in the arts have a reduced odds of 25% of developing chronic pain, the same reduction that we see for physical activity. They have a reduced odds of becoming frail and a longer time until frailty develops, and they also have a longer time before they develop dementia. Just thinking about dementia alone, in the UK, we've calculated that this is worth somewhere between £0.5 and £1 billion a year in terms of delaying this onset of dementia through arts engagement. These are just some of the examples. The report that we published in the UK for the Department of Culture, Media and Sport just over a year ago highlighted a range of other health economic benefits of arts engagement across the life course. Recently, Wales has taken this report and they've actually calculated the return on investment for providing a budget for the arts through Arts Council Wales. For every £1 that goes into Arts Council Wales, £11 is currently estimated to be returned through the health economic benefits of arts engagements. And increasingly, we're seeing programmes that are developing arts on prescription or social prescribing. These programmes have already been shown in the UK to increase well-being by about 20% within 3 months. And this equates to a £9 return on investment for every £1 that goes in for well-being alone. And we're also starting to see some modest reductions in health service utilisation for people who engage. Currently, the estimates vary for this, but again, show a return on investment. I've just returned last night from Greece, where Greece has announced a new law offering arts on prescription nationally as part of its psychiatric services, which is a major development globally in how we can integrate people engaging with museums, arts venues, and community arts clubs as a way of supporting health. Essentially, in a new paper that's about to be published in The Lancet, colleagues and I have argued that arts engagement is not only a determinant of individual health and well-being, but actually a health-promoting behaviour that is fundamentally interlinked with structural and social determinants of health and health inequalities within society. I'm really looking forward to this discussion with you now. If you're interested in reading more on any of this, I've provided here an image showing the main reports with the results that I've just been mentioning, and also a copy of the book that you just heard mentioned, Art Cure, where I've summarised the findings from all of the research that's been undertaken to date about the impact that arts and cultural engagement has for health and well-being for individuals and also for societies. Thank you so much.
And I understand the Dutch translation of Art Cure is being published in the next couple of months as well. So for anybody who would like that, have a look out. Thank you so much, Daisy, for that wonderful keynote introduction. I'm Tom Marks. I'm a partner at Marks Khalil, a cultural strategy firm based in London. and it's a pleasure to be here at the TEFAF Summit this morning. We're going to be talking this morning, digging into some of the implications of what Daisy has talked about, both in terms of some of the scientific knowledge, in terms of some of the practical implementations, and where they are enforced and where they're made possible through government, local government, and through institutions, and thinking also a bit about what type of advocacy is necessary to really move the dial forwards on people, governments, funders, the public believing in the arts as potentially a pillar or a keystone of public health. I'm delighted to have on the panel this morning Delphine Huber. Delphine was from 2018 to 26 the Alderwoman for Culture, Tourism and Major Events for the City of Brussels, where she led the flagship Museum on Prescription pilot, first of all in 2021, following a model that was rolled out in Montreal, and in 2024 really expanded this program from 5 to 13 museums and working with 18 healthcare facilities. We have with us Blanca Spey, who is the founder of Art Inquiry Lab, a lab that works particularly in the intersections between neuroscience, creativity, and care. And Blanca is a postdoctoral researcher at Radboud University Medical Center and the University of Vienna, with particular expertise, among other things, in how artistic engagement can support people with Parkinson's disease. And we have Kathleen Dennekamp, who has since 2017 been the manager of accessibility and inclusion at the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam, one of the places in this country certainly that has rolled out a number of really interesting, important projects working with people with a range of conditions to improve both accessibility and the potential of treatment, and also collaborations with researchers. Kathleen is the author of a really wonderful book, actually, Accessibility Without Limits, which I think is certainly one of the pithiest statements I've ever read of what accessibility means to audiences and how museums can embed it. So thank you all for joining us this morning. I'm going to start by asking all of the panelists just to speak for 3 to 4 minutes each about one case study that's drawn from their experience, to give us a sense of their professional context, how they think about this subject in their work, and to give us some more tangible examples of how the arts benefit health and well-being. I think we'll start with Blanca, with you. We'll start from research and then institutions and then government.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tom. So, yeah, my case study is obviously Parkinson's disease. So Parkinson's disease is a neurological condition, and it's actually a very interesting case because it is the people with Parkinson's disease, they lose a very specific neurotransmitter in the brain, which is called dopamine. So dopamine is actually quite known as the happiness hormone, and it is actually a motor disease. So people with Parkinson's disease have these motor issues, but it's much more, and that's why it's an interesting case, because the people with Parkinson's also have cognitive issues, they have emotional issues, and this leads again to social impact and actually also to social isolation. So this case is actually also something which might be translatable for many other diseases, disorders, or health issues. So what we started actually our program, we asked over 800, we also have some epidemiological research, and we asked over 800 people with Parkinson's disease, do they experience a change in their everyday creativity? Daisy was so kind in introducing already the term. And 41% said, yes, I'm feeling a change. So that really gives us a basis for, okay, can we help people with Parkinson's disease develop different kinds of finding your own creativity programs. And we have some active arts engagement programs where people also really make their own art or are creatively active. From the one side, completely multimedia, everyone can search everything what they want to do, to actually very specific programs looking at the visual arts. So actually I have one of the daughter of a person who is an artist and has also Parkinson's disease, who actually developed for his peers a program specifically very accessible in their home. We're doing receptive arts engagement programs together, but I think Kathleen will talk about this then, with museums where people can view art in a museum. And the key point is that we were really co-designing these programs together with the people because they know what their issues are. And some parts of these programs are very Parkinson specific, but some are just also general things which are happening actually during such programs. And what we found until now, and then I close, is we found already now in our pilots a reduction in anxiety, a reduction in depression. People go less actually to the doctor, they go more to the artists. So we have a reduction in healthcare consumption, which brings up that we also need to develop for this cohort specific key factors to develop return on investments, but also social return on investments that we calculate something like this. But we talk also today about beyond the economic value, and it's also about receiving autonomy in their own care to express themselves. And I heard from many people they get their meaning back in their life to understand who am I and who am I as a person with Parkinson's disease.
Thank you, Blanca. And I think we will try and move a bit back to this notion of autonomy if we have time, this sense in which there is the balance between what might be prescribed to you and what support you might need, but the ability to take control over one's health and well-being through the opportunities of the arts. Kathleen, I'm going to ask you to give us a sense of where you're coming from, your perspectives on this subject.
Yeah. Thank you. As you said, I'm the accessibility manager of the museum. So the last years I've been busy with making the museum accessible for everyone. And then I mean everyone. So for people who are blind or have low vision, for people with dementia, with cognitive disabilities, for people in wheelchairs, etc. And we want that everybody has an equal and can have an independent visit to the Rijksmuseum and feels welcome. And we do not only do that with physical adjustments, but also with programming. So for example, we have evenings for people who are sensory sensitive, and we have tactile workshops for people who are blind, and so you can touch the real objects, and many more programs. And what we actually do, we are removing the barriers so that everybody can participate and enjoy the beauty of art. And so actually by working on accessibility, we actually create space so that people can enjoy, that they have the possibility to enjoy the art. So for example, we developed a tour for people with dementia, and it was based on the principle of accessibility so that they could participate, that people with dementia could visit the museum. But yeah, the participants, they are invited, I mean, it's not a tour about art knowledge, but it's more, the people are invited to respond on questions like, what do you see? What does it remind you? How does it make you feel? So it works actually on well-being, because it's a catalyst for conversation and connection, and it stimulates memory activation, and it's together with your caregiver, it strengthens your social connection. So it became very important tours for both the individuals and the caregivers. And so we have, for example, also we travel with life-sized replicas of the Night Watch through the Netherlands, and such a Night Watch stays for 3 weeks in a care home. We have a whole program around it with workshops and conversations and a quiz. And it was also, because of accessibility, because people in a nursing home, they cannot come to the museum anymore, or it's difficult. So we come there, and it's not a real painting, but a very good copy. And what happens is that the Night Watch is the most famous painting in the Netherlands, so everybody knows something about it. And so people, it's a conversation start. People start to talk about it. So I have an example of a lady with dementia who lived in such a house, and she stood while in front of the Night Watch, and she was looking at it, and she hadn't been talking for years, and she was standing there with her daughter, and then she said suddenly, Rembrandt. You can imagine how that felt for her daughter, full of emotions. And I think it's wonderful that as a museum, you can do these things.
That example is reminiscent, although I'm not a scientist nor a neuroscientist, of some of the ways in which music might open up kind of new pathways or return memories in ways that and whether images are able to do that. I'm not going to posit, but Kathleen, it's very interesting to hear you talk about accessibility as one of the pillars of this work. In some ways, what we're talking about when we're talking about art for health and well-being is the ability of everybody to access and benefit from the arts, which is something that the arts sector has for a long time been pushing as a mission for the arts. It's something we all believe in if we work in the arts. And yet, adding this health and well-being dimension adds an enormous potential public health layer to this as we start to think about policy making, as we start to talk about advocacy, as we start to talk about funding. And so Delphine, I'm going to turn to you and ask you to tell us a little bit about the gestation of what happened in Brussels with the Museum on Prescription program, how you found alignment for it, and what the impact has been.
Yeah, first of all, I'm so happy to be here. So thank you for the invitation and this conversation. So I'm so happy to talk about and to share what we've done in the city of Brussels. So we launched the Museum on Prescription. I have to say it's a project that came out from Quebec. So I was reading the newspaper 2018 and I saw they were launching this project. So I was like, looks interesting. And then I've been there 2019, and then when I came back, I was like, this is very interesting. We have to do it. And then just in the meantime, I became deputy mayor for culture, and I was like, I can do it, so just do it. And then at that time, I was president of the Brugman Hospital, so the major public hospital in the city of Brussels. And we already had a huge team in the psychiatry department working on art therapy for more than 40 years. So I was like, maybe we can do something. And then we went together around the table, and they were so enthusiastic about the project, but then COVID came. And then we had to, it was not the time to launch the project because it was so hard in the hospitals. Our cultural venues were closed. So we had the time to fine-tune the project, but in the meantime, COVID was also, I would like to say, something very interesting for the project because it highlighted how much mental health still a taboo is. We have to break it, and how much culture could be an answer. And so we launched it after COVID, so with after lots of meetings, and we had the time to fine-tune the project because there are lots of technical aspects. It's a very simple project, but we have to be aware of medical secrecy. You have to talk about the doctors, how you're going to implement it, because as we started with so we had a pilot project first, it's now enlarged, but at that time we wanted to be sure that it would be okay for everybody, because when you work with people suffering from stress, disease like the burnout, depression, these people are very fragile, and it's not like you don't have to put them and say, yeah, you just have to see. And we wanted the people at the entrance of our museum to be well equipped to welcome these people, but in the same time we didn't want them to be stigmatized. So it's the whole balance we had to find. So we worked a lot on that. And I have to say that we launched it for 6 months, and everybody was so enthusiastic about it. So we took our time. It's very important. And another very important aspect is that we talked about public budgets, and we know we have so much pressure on our budget, and the people are not feeling well. We know burnout tripled in 7 years. In Belgium, but I think that here and other European countries, people don't feel well. So culture is really the answer, and I think it's really important to remind it. It's an answer for people to help them to feel them better. It has been scientific proven because this report published by the World Health Organization, published in 2019, is very, very important because it gathers more than 900 scientific studies showing how culture and arts can be beneficial for both mental and physical health.
Delphine, what were some of the key performance indicators, as it were, that, or the measures of success that allowed the pilot to scale up into the larger project? You know, enthusiasm is one thing and an instinctive feel in the sector, but what really got that over the line? Yes, let's make this bigger.
Yeah, it was a big yes, because it was a win-win-win project. So it was beneficial to the patient, because people, of course, are at the center of this project. So how can we help people feel better? So the aim was to give new tools to the doctors and also to our cultural venues. So that's why it's a win-win-win. People feel better. You know, in the doctors, you know, sometimes they are so frustrated because they don't have enough time to take care of the people they want to cure. And people in the museum, you know, the cultural, the cultural mediation, they always want to have other people in the institution. So in our public hospitals, we take care of everybody, even if you don't have money, even if you don't have papers. You know, we think that being a human is enough to be cured. So it's a place where you can touch everybody, you know, and because we know there are so many obstacles. Sometimes people, even if they have the money and they can pay the entrance, which is not that expensive, people don't feel like it's their place. And I really wanted, as Deputy Mayor for Culture, make culture accessible to everybody. And I think it's really something, you know, want to do, but you don't know how to do it. So it was a very easy way to do it, because it's very easy to the doctors. They just have to prescribe. You know, they have a kind of prescription, and there's a whole toolkit in this project. Also to a little comic book just to explain to people how it works. It's in French, in Dutch, and French, Dutch, and German. English. So because Brussels is such an international city, so we want to be this project open to everybody. So we wanted to make it simple for the doctors, because they don't have time, so they just have to put on a paper, okay, which museum they want to go, okay, do you go with their family or friends, because this is also very important in that project. I wanted the people to be able to go to the museum with somebody else for free. So it's free for everybody. So it's the city who's paying for the project. Good news, it's a very cheap project. You know, it's very effective, and it's really not expensive. So easy for the doctors, easy for the people, and yeah, this is how we had a big yes. And then it's now, after the pilot project, we took time to assess the project. Everybody was so enthusiastic, but we had like a level, you know, the number of prescription that was given by the doctors and the number of people coming to the museum. And there you have a big gap. And this is what we worked on to go deepen on the mediation. We added guided tour and lots of things just to improve that level. It's not like you don't have cars of people, you know, coming to the museum. That's not the aim.
So it's quite complicated in terms of the layering of funding, mediation, provision, science, research, banker. If you can give us a sense, I mean, Daisy has as well to some degree, this field, it's obviously full of potential, full of future research potential and benefits, but we're talking about quite big nebulous things, the arts, all manner of conditions, prevention and treatment. We're talking about all sorts of different research methods as well. I mean, on the one hand, this is a great thing, this burgeoning field, but how do we need to define this more tightly or not?
So I wonder if you're actually asking how to research it?
In a way, yes.
In a way. That is actually what we were also very, in the very beginning, we was like, how should I say this? Studying a drug, a medication is much, much more easier, and the effectiveness of a drug is much easier to show to prove that, the impact, than showing the impact of the arts. We know it, we feel it, we measure it, but how can you really, really make this like studying as if it were a drug? It's not about that we say arts is a drug, but how can we really, smiling to the left, But how can we really study it? Because if someone is really creatively active, you need to have this openness. It's extremely personal. It's extremely individually becoming meaningful. But we heard also in one of the talks before, we cannot only look at the individual level, we need to scale it up, we need to show the impact in a whole cohort, in a whole group of people. So where we also really were busy with how can we really study and show actually the impact of the arts. And Daisy makes brilliant work really with her research. And what we are doing is actually looking at very Parkinson-specific issues next to the general issues. So what we do is we leave lots of freedom around it, but we pack it in a very strict research environment, looking on the one hand on classical factors like questionnaires, like anxiety, depression, self-management, all these kinds of things. We also look at neuroscientific evidence, so what is really happening actually in the brain. Can we really see some kind of effect? Because in the end, we also really want to show the people, there's really something happening, and it might have a long-term effect on your brain health. So how can you really find neuroscientific evidence, and this specifically with Parkinson's disease, next, of course, to the economic factors, where we very much look on healthcare consumption on all kinds of levels. And we heard also several times, it's not about only the direct return on investments. We really also need to look at the social return on investments, also the aspects, what does a person cost less if he has no depression? And also indirect costs, what is about the caregiver can actually go to work when the person himself is actually autonomous. Was it your question?
No, that's useful. I mean, it's thinking about, I mean, it will come on to talk about institutional strategies for this, but I suppose as well, thinking for somewhere like the Rijksmuseum, when you think there are so many ways in which an individual institution could approach health and well-being. There are so many different methods, there are so many research studies that might inform actually practical implementation, but there are also so many conditions where people may benefit from the access of the arts. And how do you start to approach that entire picture, Kathleen, as an institution to think where can we have the most impact?
Now, I find actually it's so inspiring what you have done, what you're doing in Brussels, because when imagine that Amsterdam would do this, it would make it so much easier for museums, because it's so, of course I tried it, but it's always so in small groups, and now it's much more scalable when you work together with the city council and with health institutions and with zorgverzekeraars, insurance companies, and but I think what is the barrier for people to come is the financial, so the museum ticket, also the way to come there. So how do you come at a museum, with a car, with a bus, so that should be made possible. The museum is not for everybody a safe place. Not everybody knows it. You come in there, and like the Rijksmuseum can be seen as an elite place. And then when you are in a museum, what do? How do you look at art? So sometimes you need some help with questions. It can be in an audio tour or in a guided tour. And for some people, the museum, and especially the Rijksmuseum, can be too busy. So that's why the low stimulus evenings are very important, also for the Parkinson people. So we have to create the right surroundings before we can start with working on well-being.
Obviously, this is something that is not just about museums. It's something that happens with opera companies, ballet, dance, theatre, across disciplines, circus, smaller types of grassroots organizations. But I'm interested to hear from you, since we are in this fine art context, I suppose, at TEFAF, Kathleen. Looking back, thinking about, it's about 20 years since MoMA, which was one of the sector leaders, launched its Meet Me at MoMA program for people with Alzheimer's. And you will have seen from your work in accessibility how this field has evolved in that time for the museum and for the wider culture sector. Can you say a little bit about that? How far, where have been some of the leaders from an institutional perspective, and where have priorities changed in the last 10 or 20 years?
I think at that time it was these were all separate projects. This was usually the education department who developed that, and the difference now is that it's part of the museum strategy. It's museum policy, and and we have collaboration. So we work now together with the Radboud University to prove, or we hope we prove that people with Parkinson feel better by looking at art. Not creating art, but looking at art. And so, yeah, what used to be experimental programs are now becoming increasingly part of the strategy of museums. And I think that's the difference. That we know that we are more than a knowledge institute, an art institute, but we are a place where people can feel better.
A place of social, of physiological possibility. And that's really interesting, because I suppose in a way the institution then becomes almost a type of, well, not a clinical context, but an alternative to a clinical context. And I wonder, maybe Blanca, I can just ask you to reflect a little bit, because we can't talk about all this in a vacuum. Since the 1940s that people have been working on art therapy, for instance, or music therapy within specific clinical contexts, in hospitals, in surgeries, and so on. How does that background of work relate to the new work that is taking place and it moving into institutions?
I think there was actually during that period of time, there was much more openness actually to using art and seeing the effect of art, with less questions about, do we really need to prove its impact, and actually this kind of belief within the society that it has just this impact and not really questioning it. This was something why it just was done. And then actually during the, let's say sometimes in the 80s or something, that it's come smaller and smaller. And you see also that actually having the educational program of a creative art therapist, this is in some countries, but in many it's not even, you could not even do that. It's actually done as a hobby activity very often of people themselves. I'm a dancer, I want to offer it also to people who have some kind of condition. But it's not institutionalized, and that's why it became more and more something which also the politics and also the economic partners puts it into, that's just some fun activity. And now we're at the stage where we really need to prove scientifically, neuroscientifically, what is the impact of the arts. And we are getting there, but it feels a bit like, we need to start over a bit for making it believe of the impact.
We'll talk about that translation to advocacy and it being taken up by policymakers in a minute, but just to talk a bit more about the type of collaboration that happens between researchers and institutions now. It was interesting because Delphine talked really about medical ethics in rolling out the Museum on Prescription program. Can you talk a bit about how the Rijksmuseum collaborates with researchers and how you go about starting a project like that? And perhaps, Blanca, you can talk then the other way about how researchers look to work with museums or with other organizations.
Yeah, I'm thinking, because actually, maybe it's better when you start, because you asked us.
That's true. That's true. We wanted to develop actually next to our active programs also a receptive program. So we came actually in contact and with you and at the Innovation Lab and make a specific program with people with Parkinson's disease. And how you start something like this is very small. You started with a very small group of people with Parkinson's together and see, okay, what are actually the issues why people don't don't go. And actually, Kathleen, you mentioned already quite some things which is in general is very crowded and so on. But there are very specific exits if you make this a program for a specific cohort with specific neurological condition next to the general issues, which a crowded museum is sometimes for everyone not fun. It's also about they have to take their medication at very specific times. They had to have their food intake specifically tied to their medication. People with Parkinson's take 3 up to 10 to 12 pills per day, where they need to have also then the food connected to it. There's doors when where they get triggered and they experience freezing and then they get stuck in a rolling door. So you need to start very, very small and say, like, what are actually the burdens and issues that people can enter that room. If you have done this and you have the funding, you can blow it up in a minute and really scale it up, make big studies. But this is the first step to actually how you get in connection. And yeah, working with the Rijksmuseum, and I think now you come in, how we collaborate actually on that and adapt actually the surrounding and the context to make it safe, how you beautifully put it actually for the people.
Yeah, and we learned so much from this first research, because the doors indeed, but also the cups in the restaurants.
Yeah.
Then and now you have to explain it again with an.
So people with many people with Parkinson's have slicking issues, so they cannot swallow properly, and if you have normal glasses, it's actually much more triggering. But there's special actually drinking styles, you could say, which helps them.
Yeah. So now in our restaurant we have those drinking glasses. And because this research, the head researcher Bas Bloem was in a famous television program in the Netherlands called Eva Jinek, and many people saw that. That was actually the start of the research. And then the museum, we got many phone calls and emails from people with Parkinson who wanted to visit the museum. Or wanted to join the research, but there was not place for everybody. But I found it very interesting that they didn't think of it in the first place that the museum could be a place for them. So of course we received them, and we have tours with special attention. It's actually for everyone who cannot follow a regular tour with more people. So these are individual tours. And the tour guides are trained, and they have materials and different kind of tour guiding. They just look at the person they have, and then they adjust the tour on this person. And so we also offer that to people with Parkinson, which actually works really well. And so next to your research, we are also learning from that.
Knowing both your perspectives, both as an institution, as a researcher, both of you speak a lot about working with experts with experience, so people with conditions as part of the definers of any particular research or any particular project. And I wonder, is that something as well that is really moving forwards in this field?
Yeah, absolutely. So that is also now really upcoming and growing, working with experts by experience. In our study, it's now has become a must, but I must say, yeah, when I started here, that was not the case. So and this is now really nice because we can learn so much from the people, and again, it gives them back autonomy, and it makes it also, if I as a researcher would just develop a program where what I think is actually a good program, it might not even be suitable or meaningful to these people. How can we scale it up then? It needs then to work as an innovation out there. So there's also a period after the research. So we need to think about that.
Delphine, something that Blanca talked about earlier was, as it were, a prehistory of where we are now, the sense that there was some good in the arts, or there must be a benefit. We know it makes us feel good. We've all felt that. And then this increasing body of research. And then we sort of hit this block, which is, okay, how does then this move from at institutional level, the goodwill, the opportunity, the need for access, at research level, the facts that these have measurable neurological, biological, physiological benefits, into governmental action. And we heard Kathleen say, if only Amsterdam would do something structured like this. What types of things need to happen to move this onto the level of a sort of a policy program?
So of course the academic dimension is very, very important, and it was really easier for me to be able to rely on the reports of WHO published in 2019, for example. But I was like, you know, Brookman Hospital was already working on art therapy for more than 40 years. And this is a question always coming up with journalists when I talk about this project of museum prescription. They always ask, yeah, but what about, are you going to have a research? What are you going to, you know, to show, to prove? And I was like, it's kind of already proven. So, you know, my mission is take action. So I was like, just do it, you know. And they are always looking at you like, oh yeah, of course. And, you know, because it's, you know, 2026, you know, so can we go on this? So I think what is really key is just to be convinced as a politician, of course, and I think, you know, we have all the data for it, and of course, research has to go further, of course, so I say, you know, everybody has got a different mission, but when you're a politician and you come up with a new idea, people are always a bit suspicious. They're like, is it really a good idea or not? And here, this is why we really took the time to build the project together. So the toolkit, everything, you know, the drawings, everything was done together with the doctors, with our museums. And this is why I wanted to start with a little pilot project, because of course we were working with people in a fragile moment in their life, but also because if you don't have the doctors with you, if you don't have the institutions, you know, just like you're in your office and you say, let's do this, you know, it's not working. So it was, I think, the best way to do it, and this is how we have like these good results, because we took time to do it together, to assess the project, and we know, as you said, we started with one section in you know, the psychiatry department of Brookman, and with the 5 museum of the city of Brussels, I was ruling and president. So we knew the people, I know people from the hospital, and it was so easier. And so we know the project is now open to 14 museums. So you maybe know the Belgian lasagna. So we have a museum from the city of Brussels, from the region, from the federal level, public-private. So it's yeah, we have a huge diversity of museum, and also we started with one department in one hospital, and we now have 18 medical structures that are partners of the project. And for example, we are working with the Alzheimer Association because we now have like 160 people able to prescribe this kind of visits. We started with psychiatrists, but we know it's now open to, I would like to say everybody, but kind of, because we are working also with psychologists, social workers. We also have like midwives who can prescribe it. So it's really open to mental health and physical health. So it's adults for children, so it's really open. And what's interesting, for example, with the collaboration we have with the Alzheimer Association is that we can, so the teams of the museum were trained by the association. How can you, what's the best behavior to adapt when you have people suffering from Alzheimer coming to the museum? How do you adapt your communication, the tour? So it's really interesting now, so we can really go further into details. And as I said, it's really win-win-win that we always have calls of new museums who want to be part of it, and in the coming month we are going to make it more broad.
Quick thoughts from everybody before we open to some questions from the audience. We hear about different jurisdictions, different health services. Of course, the situation in America, I spoke to someone at MoMA in advance of this panel, where obviously it's about lobbying individual insurance companies in order to work on partnerships, because there is not so much as we believe in most European countries, a structured healthcare system, a national welfare state. What would it take, though, for this to move from maybe a local authority level, which is maybe a very strong way to deliver this, or from an institutional level to a national level, to actually health and well-being really being believed as a pillar of public health in different countries? Some very quick thoughts. I'll just go along the panel, and maybe we can come back to it a bit in the questions.
I'm thinking, because what you said, research is not necessary anymore. The question is not whether a museum contributes to well-being. the question is whether we want to explicitly claim this role. And so that's what we're trying to do as an institution, but we need the city or the country to work together. So yeah, my dream would be that we have a Ministry of Culture and we have a Ministry of Health, but that would be one ministry. So that's...
So there's actually governmental structures that stop sometimes these projects moving forward. I'm sure that's the case for funding as well.
Yeah, because when I organized a conference, for example, and then the Ministry of Health came. It was an accessibility conference, and then I was like, I don't want the Minister of Health. I want the Minister of Culture to be here. You know, it's so separate in the Netherlands, and I think that they should work together more. Yeah.
Blanca, some quick thoughts on this?
Very quick thoughts. There's of course many, but I think we need to, if you talk about key factors, return on investments, on all these kind of things, I think we need to very specifically split them into individual level, institutional level, organizational level, this specific insurance, what does it cost you less, governmental and national level. So we need also to think as an economic researcher to really split this in all the kind of details, because I think in the end, it's the numbers, what they understand.
Luckily, the whole of the next panel, we can talk about social return on investment, so a nice kind of follow on from this. And we're into our time for questions. So Delphine, I'm going to just pause there, because otherwise the clock will time us out. So there's a microphone there. I see a question here in the second back row.
Can you hear me? Thank you for the panel. It's a really important topic. I'm thinking about Thomas's framing of this topic as burgeoning, or perhaps this field of study. Certainly, as we all know, culture has been indispensable to health and well-being for millennia. Like in the United States, where I'm from, of course, like indigenous tribes have been incorporating arts and culture and community-based practices into traditional medicine for forever. And not only is it like a part of history, but also they continue to, practice this like alongside whatever we conceive of as like the medicine institutions of the West. But I'm wondering how you would conceptualize your research and your praxis like as contributing to this larger, much longer and broader dialogue of the interplay between culture and health. I know you spoke of, obviously in the mid-20th century, there was more focus on like art therapy, the rise of a lot of art studios for people with disabilities, for example, like more experimentation in that way. But there are communities obviously today that are continuing to advance this paradigm, but kind of in a different obviously like in a less institutional setting. So I'm wondering how you see yourself as contributing to that dialogue.
Thank you for the question, Blanca. Can I perhaps ask you to think about this? I mean, in terms of, I suppose one thing that the question is about is in a sense what the role of arts is in different societies and how that transforms, and how in certain societies they have become conceived of as more luxury or supplementary to other core activities, where of course historically and still in some societies and cultures, they're intrinsic to our behaviors, to social behaviors, to ritual behaviors, to communal behaviors.
Yeah, so the interesting thing, thank you very much for your question, very interesting question. So I think that you could say the arts has always been there since actually, the ones, since always actually it has been there. But what arts actually can do is create meaning, a meaning on a very personal level, but it also can transform us in a way to find your own meaning, but it's also has its function of being a medium. So this being a medium actually to translate what kind of emotion a person experiences, what kind of struggle is existing in a war zone, what kind of political issues. So you can express through the art in a way that can very often not put in words. And I think this is the strength which it can go on all levels. It doesn't matter now if it's on a personal level or if it's on a governmental level or if it's in a small village actually. It has so many different kinds of functions, and this is actually what I believe what the strength actually of the arts is, how it can transform individuals up to whole society or even the world.
Let's take another question. There are a couple of questions on this aisle here.
Hello. First of all, I want to say that when I first entered here, I wondered if I was actually at the good place, because I'm an artist myself and I see only people who talk about art, economics, culture, all these things, but eventually it's the artists who make the art. My question is, how do you guys integrate living artists who are still struggling to survive, speaking for myself, and especially because I'm a community-driven artist enhancing mental health. I've been through a lot of mental and physical shit myself, if I can say so. But I am very eager and inspired to contribute to these beautiful initiatives. I just don't know how to reach you or how to get into the picture and kind of also stand for my value as an artist.
Perhaps I'll ask Delphine to answer this question, just thinking about the role of artists and the value that artists bring to this particular discussion. As a politician, how do you center artists in these really important conversations?
Yeah, so of course there is no art if there are no artists. So I think it's so obvious that we need you and we have to support you. And well, in Brussels, and not only in Brussels, I know it's kind of hard times for culture and for artists since COVID and these years. So I think our role is to support artists. As a public institution, we have to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to work as an artist and to see your work as a public. So that's why we have like institutions like museums, we have like public funding, we have all these kind of tools to support artists. It's really hard for the moment because it's hard regarding our budget, and I think it's really a question of society, because culture is essential, and it was a huge debate during COVID. And I remember in Brussels, where everything was closed, and we were, trying to see what the other governments and cities were doing in other places in the world. And in France, everything was closed, and in Belgium and in Brussels, we really struggled to keep our cultural venues open. So it was limited. It was, but it was so important to send a message that you are essential. So I think this is really our job, and I think it's also, I'm a politician, so it's also, the question of for who people vote. Are they voting for private culture, accessible only for a limited number of people? Or, do they want to have like open public institutions where we make sure that the price for the entrance is still accessible for everybody, that we really want to make it safe places for everybody? So it's a question of society and in which society people want to live. But there is I always like to refer to Jean-Marie Gustave Le Clézius, or a Nobel Prize literature winner, and he said, one day maybe we will know that there was no art but only medicine. And I think that's really the answer, that it's part of the answer. And of course, national state, sky is the limit, and I think it's just the beginning of that kind of work.
I think a society that for a society to believe in the value of culture for health and well-being needs to be a society that believes in artists. So that is another huge upstream issue in moving this into public awareness and political take-up. I'm really sorry, I know there's a question there, but I've been cut off by a timer that is flashing red on this screen. I know we could talk about this for a long time, but I really hope that this has given some picture to the audience of where the state of research, institutional and political take-up is. So thank you so much to Delphine Huber, to Blanca Spey and Kathleen Denkamp. Thank you. We're going to kick off with the final panel now, which in some sense is a really nice way of summing up some of the things that we've heard this morning, but also seeing how we can move the conversation forwards in terms of impact measurement, in terms of thinking about modes of advocacy, which has been a theme throughout the morning. The panel is about thinking about how we reframe cultural investment, what might be sort of even some of the linguists, how we market culture to policymakers, to funders, as it were, and whether that is all about statistics or whether it's about storytelling. Storytelling, of course, being one of the strengths of the arts as a model. Maybe our own strengths are baked in to what we do and what we love doing in the fields of the arts. We've got a great panel to speak about this. On my right immediately is Davy van der Weerd, who is the Ambassador for International Cultural Cooperation at the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs, formerly the Dutch Ambassador to Albania and Deputy Head of Mission in Rome as well, and very involved in writing the Dutch International Culture Strategy. Bernard Hay is the Head of Policy at the Creative Industries Policy and Evidence Centre at Newcastle University in the RSA in the UK. He was previously Head of Research and Practice at the Design Council. The Policy and Evidence Centre, I'll let Bernard say a little bit more about it in a moment, but essentially, I mean, I guess think tank is one way of putting it in terms of producing research, producing moments of potential advocacy for the impact value of culture and policy making. And I suppose Jan Jaap Knol is in some sense a Dutch equivalent, that's to say, who since 2019 has been the director of the Berkman Stichting, the Berkman Foundation, which is really a knowledge center for arts, culture and policy here in the Netherlands. He was previously the founding director of the National Fund for Cultural Participation, possibly something of interest given the last question that we just had, which we were thinking about the role of artists, very much a ground-up funding type of organization. And the Berkman Foundation, perhaps something that we'll end up talking about, produces a culture monitor every year, which is really one of the most established places for data on the culture sector and creative industries in the Netherlands. So I'm going to ask again each of our panelists just to speak for a few minutes about a case study, something that really sets up for us and for the rest of the discussion an example of where, in their experience, the value of the arts, not the economic value, but some of these other values have really cut through. And whether, well, it could be the economic value, but also social or diplomatic values, whether that's to funders, to politicians, or to other audiences, and whether they face barriers in getting that through, how they reached alignment, and what lessons they've learned. So let's start with you, Davy. Tell us a bit about something where you've really seen that you've been able to communicate the impact, the value of the arts.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot. And well, we've been talking, of course, today already a lot about those different kinds of impact that culture can have. And I was thinking, what would be an interesting example for you, also from the practice of diplomacy. And well, if we're looking at what is currently happening in the world, we were of course faced with the huge situation of the aggression of Russia towards Ukraine, and in foreign policy that of course became really such an important policy topic that for us it was also clear that we needed to confront ourselves from the cultural policy side to that. And we received a lot of questions for help immediately from Ukrainian institutions about how to get their collections into safety, how to digitize, for example, objects. And so for us it was really important to be able to also engage with them. It was not part of our international cultural policy. In fact, we were working, of course, with Russia, but it became very clear immediately that we needed to shift our attention to Ukraine to assist them. There were many artists also coming to the Netherlands, so different cultural funds in the Netherlands set up assistance programs. There was a big group of ballet dancers that formed the United Ukrainian Ballet that performed in the Netherlands and all over the world for a few years. We decided that we really wanted to engage with them, because what you also saw is that this aggression, it's actually it's a war really about cultural identity. So this was really about how can we destroy the cultural identity of a country. So it's very clear that we needed to assist them, and that is what we've been doing. And the interesting thing is that it also shifted the funding, because of course we were focused as, let's say, the Dutch defense and foreign affairs ministry very much on the defense, on the geopolitics, let's say, of this situation. But then we said we also need to secure cultural funding for assistance and cooperation with Ukraine.
So this was an example where actually international affairs, what you were able to react to change funding, to find alignment, I suppose, with other ministries as well, being a really key point. And I suppose also benefited from public sympathy for this opportunity.
Yes, and I think, what was very interesting to see is that we received sympathy not only from the larger public, but also from the Ministry of Defense, from our military forces, because it was so clear that there was a very clear alignment that what was happening was not only, let's say, an aggression in a more general term, but that it was also very much focused on the destruction of cultural identity. And yeah, I find it also really amazing if you see the resilience, let's say, of the Ukrainian people and how they are also saying how important culture is for them. When you go to Ukraine now, the theaters are full, and they're saying, well, we see art as a form of resistance. And, to be able to make that link also then to create concrete programs to collaborate with them in this field, I think was really important.
Well,
for us.
I hope we'll have more time to come back to this idea of the human capital or the kind of identity capital of the arts. But I'm going to move on to Bernard to ask him to speak for a few minutes about an example where really value propositions for the arts have really cut through.
Yeah, thank you. So I thought I'd maybe share an example that's talking less about new research and more about the messiness of taking new research and evidence and getting that into actual policy change. So there's a bit of background. So the Creative Industries Policy and Evidence Centre, we have a team primarily of economists and social scientists, but we work very, very closely with parts of the sector and with government to try and translate the knowledge and insight we have into concrete action. And an area that we've had a long-standing interest in is about the role that culture and the creative industries can play in driving regional growth and regional development. And so about 3 years ago, we, with a number of partners, got together to think about what might be done to increase regional investment in culture and new cultural strategies within the north of England, which those of you that know the UK will know has a disproportionately lower share of culture and creative industries activity compared to London and the southeast. What we did is we were able to take a very large body of evidence showing the value that culture has to places, to local economies. But we had to really then think about how we can take that from an idea into action. And I think there were sort of three key things that we learned through that process. I think the first thing is everyone comes to the question of why does culture matter, what cultural value is, differently. And when you're thinking about enacting policy change, what you're trying to do is build shared understanding, a shared purpose and a shared goal. And so really throughout that process, we undertook a kind of co-design approach with policymakers, with industry and sector to build alignment and consensus around what that value is in the case of that project. I think a second thing is political context is everything with getting things through. It's not the case that you have a single argument that then is going to solve the issue. You are responding to a different political environment, very complex social reality. We had a general election occur through this project, and so we had to be able to really pivot our arguments, but also find those allies and advocates that could help us speak to those new gatekeepers and decision makers. And I think the last thing that I wanted to say is that it's not simply why we should fund, but it's also how we fund. Those two things interplay with each other in quite complicated ways. And this was a project where, because we were working at a regional level, we were dealing with local cultural funding structures as well as national ones. And it's not always the case that the ways in which we deliver funding at that local level is conducive to collaboration, cooperation, and sharing resource. And I think that was something that we really came through, that you often have to think about how you foster that consensus, that collaboration, that coalition over places, sometimes in ways that go against the traditional ways that governments and policymakers will deliver value into a place. So yeah, that's I think just one example I thought I'd share that hopefully brings some of that complexity out into the surface.
Really interesting, and I know that that's relevant as well in the context of work you've done in terms of thinking about regional disparity of cultural organizations in the Netherlands. Netherlands. But Jan Jaap, perhaps you give us a perspective from your side.
Yes, I would love to. The case I brought with me is from a cooperation of the Boekman Foundation with the province of Brabant. We next to the National Culture Monitor, which is actually a dashboard, a website with lots of data on the labor market, the infrastructure of culture, the participation by people to culture in the Netherlands generally. Next to that, we cooperate with the province of Brabant on building a regional monitor. We do this bi-yearly, so you can see developments over the time. We will produce the next edition this September. It will be presented. And what we do in this regional monitor, together with our research partners in the province, we have split up this complicated concept of value of culture into 3 dimensions. The economic dimension with the figures on the labor market, on income, etc. But also the social dimension of culture, and the third, the cultural value of a cultural sector in itself. And for example, for the social dimension, there is a questionnaire bi-yearly under the inhabitants of Brabant, how they value the culture that is available in the province, what they are missing, what it brings them. And so I think, but luckily, as we've also learned from the former panel, I think we have passed along the point that impact study is purely about economic study. Although an impact study like the one on TEFAF is still very relevant for cultural organizations to have, because this economic in proof is at many tables the entrance for the discussion, and there's nothing wrong with that, as long as we keep in mind that we cannot monetize everything when it comes to culture. That this monetization of culture also can bring up allergies among the people in the art sector who do not do this all for the money, but they do this out of passion, out of belief, out of a field that they, like Joost Vervoort also presented so beautifully. This is so multidimensional. Is it for the money? No. It's to change meaning, to change connections, to change power.
It's really interesting what you say, because I think we will talk about some other models for measuring impact later in this panel. I mean, one of the assumptions, I think, of our discussion today is that messages about the impact of culture do sometimes fail to reach policymakers and funders, or at least if they reach them, they're put low priority. Maybe we're wrong in making that assumption. Anyway, do those messages reach people in the Netherlands, Jan Jaap, or what stops them from reaching politicians?
I think we should not be too naive on that once we deliver the figures, everything will change. Even in the case of arts and health, where there's so much proof that art can help humanize the whole medical world, which is so tough for many people who experience it as a patient or as a caretaker. And then still, although there's so much proof, it's very slowly changing. But the proof is there, so I think we should keep up this conversation. And on the other hand, like you say, it's often not only the case of the figures. You mentioned the narrative of culture, and sometimes politicians who are very skeptical about this advocacy researchers are convinced by a personal experience they have with art. So you should use a broad register of strategies to influence politics.
It's often been said about UK ministers for culture, certainly, and no doubt in other jurisdictions, that were we only to have people who actually had been to a museum or the opera or the theatre or the cinema once in their lives, we might have more sympathy for moving forwards with some of the benefits and programming that these things provide. Bernard, let me ask you just again this idea just from a different perspective as to whether you feel that the messaging about cultural impact does sometimes fail to reach policymakers.
Yeah, I think that's a really difficult question. I think it's very contextual. I mean, one thing that I was going to kind of pick up on, which I think came up in the panel earlier, I think it was Martin that mentioned this, is, I think one of the issues that you're always up against is that policymakers, so not simply politicians, but, officials, they're dealing with trade-offs, right? They've got scarce resources that they need to allocate, and they need to decide, am I going to put this to keep doctors open? Am I going to keep museums open? And, I think one thing that's has been very positive is that there's been a growing body of academic research trying to think about ways in which you can start to make some of those comparisons using methodologies that are recognized by governments. So I mean, we might want to talk about this a little bit more.
We'll get to those, definitely. Yeah, I'm going to turn to Davy and just think about this idea. How do you feel as a diplomat hearing? I mean, diplomats are very careful with language and how you message things. I mean, would it help us to start thinking, instead of always talking about investment and always insisting on kind of the growth model of culture and so on, to us to think, to repackage this as the funding for social resilience or for something else?
Well, I think definitely looking at how you are framing what you want to achieve can make a huge difference. And I think it's quite clear that we can use art as being the soft power with regard to relations, although we often say, well, it's not that soft, it's also really a hard power, because you see that the change is real. And I was really impressed actually by the research by Daisy Vancourt also in this regard. But I think also what is important is to make it in a way also practical by showing what change can mean. And if I can just explain myself, I was quite impressed by what the mayor of Chemnitz did last year. And Chemnitz was the cultural capital of Europe, and it was a difficult political situation for him, because there was quite a big movement of the extreme right in his town, and he was going to present this huge cultural program for a year. Well, they were, of course, not believing in it. So at the big opening of that year, there was a huge demonstration, and they were really worried, how are we going to go through with all these cultural activities that we've planned with this atmosphere. So what they had thought of is to make it really a participatory program. So they, instead of really programming, let's say in the classic sense, cultural events, they said, no, we're going to only program for the citizens, and these are going to be crisscross corporations. So, for example, lots of people in Chemnitz, they have a garage box, and they go there every Sunday, they have their barbecue there. So they decided to make portraits of these people that were the garage box owners. And then they said, now, of course, these portraits, they need to be exhibited. Where are we going to do that? So they exhibited these portraits in hairdressers, salons, and bakeries. So every shop would get one portrait. The person would present the portrait, or the family, let's say. And so what that did is it really created a social fabric in the city through this cultural program. And he explained, because we were visiting at the end, that there was no objection anymore from that extreme political side, not at all. And so I thought it was such a powerful way also of confronting this.
One of the things that has really informed quite a lot of the discussions today has actually been this sort of axis between where you are in terms of participation on the one hand and engagement, and indeed how traditional hierarchies of culture, high, low, elite, popular, still kind of hold up in all of our discussions. We all put it all into one bag and talk about impact. Is that something you have to think about a lot in your work, Jan?
Yeah, sure. And as you mentioned, how can we how should we frame impact? And there's often talks about what is the business case of culture. And I picked from someone a reframing who said it's not about a business case, it's about a society case. And all these elements of the hierarchy play a role in this society, whether it's the heritage that is saved by our museums and our archives or our other cultural institutions, but also all the culture that is experienced, made by all of us here in the room. We are all producers of culture, and instead of staying is this business case logic of consumers and producers of culture, I am personally inspired by the way the Spanish government is at the moment reframing the cultural policy by speaking about culture in terms of cultural rights of the people. Like, for example, we had the former panel on health. People have right to healthcare. So imagine if we start thinking about, okay, all of us have a right to a cultural life, as is stated in the foundation of UNESCO, I think. And then imagine how would that translate into cultural politics in terms of, okay, but do I have access to culture? Do I have capacities to shape my cultural life in terms of facilities, in terms of education? So for me, it's not so much a matter of splitting this up in different levels of culture, but approaching it from this cultural rights perspective and then see how an ideal cultural policy should look.
How does the belief in culture as a right transform into culture becoming an effective right for everybody in a society, though? That's the hard thing, isn't it? Because I think almost everyone in this room, if not everyone, would believe in culture as a human right, as culture as basis of what makes us human, as what sets us apart from automation, as what is a type of freedom, imaginatively, expressively, and so on. But how do we move from that being a belief in the sector into something that is activated in societies?
Yeah.
Yeah,
of course,
it's the biggest question of all, but yeah.
Big challenge. I think one step would be to go further than the economic growth theory that has long dominated also the cultural sector in terms of seeing culture as a creative industry, which has, of course, sometimes been a bit effective, but has never given the cultural sector back what it hoped for. So I think we know that way, as Justin O'Connor and other people have analyzed, is not the right way. So we maybe I think we should not look at politics for your answer to the question, but to society more. Like I think it was already in the first panel that politicians follow society and not the other way around.
And I wonder, I mean, one thing we haven't really talked about so much today, although it's been implicit in a lot of what we're talking about, is education and opportunities for both kind of, as it were, private intervention and public funding for different types of education programs that allow for the breathing space that the humanities provide. I want to turn to Bernard because I think we've been talking really interestingly about the reframing, messaging, but there is also this other growing area of research in terms of economic research or modeling, which is to think about, rather than the economic impact studies, to think about, it can be described as social return on investment or different ways of modeling total economic value, of placing monetary values against things that have previously been deemed unquantifiable financially. So this is something that in the UK, well, I'll let you explain, Bernard, the cultural and heritage capital frameworks that have been developed and the involvement of the PAC, the PEC.
Yeah, so this was actually a project that Daisy in her keynote had contributed to as well. So it's a program, as Tom said, called the Cultural and Heritage Capital Program, set up by the Department for Culture, Media and Sport in the UK. And what it does is it uses evaluation techniques that are kind of endorsed by the Treasury in government, so basically the people that hold the purse strings, to try and think about ways in which you can capture the non-use value of culture and culture assets. So to give an example, we co-commissioned with the British Film Institute a couple of years ago a study using this method to look at the value of cinemas. So basically we looked at cinemas that had sort of diverse programming, were in cultural cold spots, and you go to people that go to the cinemas and you ask, well, what would you be willing to pay for this thing to exist independent of your use of it? And that allows you to then, through some sophisticated modeling and economics, to develop some estimates for that wider value that those organizations hold. So in that case, the study found that those cinemas contribute around £600,000 of wider social value, in addition to around 1.2 million that they generated through things like ticket sales and membership and so on. But I think it's that example of it allows comparison. Even though the monetary metrics they're using are reductive, it allows you to think about those trade-offs and make that case.
So that the monetary becomes dominant because actually you're using this method in order to make the advocacy case to the largest potential funders on the whole, national governments, certainly in Europe. But I suppose that just to dig in a little bit more into that model, it's things that are both, as it were, savings, sort of effective cost savings to a health service, which it might be in the case, but also the value that people would deem. It's the willingness to pay for a certain thing, which is that shadow value in a way. You create an alternative balance sheet for culture in a sense.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's it. It's the kind of implicit value that people impart on these things above and beyond what they pay for it, basically. And I think it's that residual bit that is often so hard to capture.
Is it having take up? Is it cutting through to the UK government or other national governments or local governments?
Yeah, so I would say that it's, I think one of the testaments to the fact that it has been effective is this is now fully backed and harnessed by the governments. They're investing in developing these frameworks for different kinds of assets. It's also, I think, been really positive that some of the big public funders in the arts have now started to use it and encourage organisations to use it as well, so Arts Council England, British Film Institute and others. But of course, there's always more further to go with these things, right? And it's not a silver bullet solution. So, I think certainly we would like to see more of this work being done, and also thinking about how you can apply it to newer forms of cultural practice where actually people are maybe less sure about what value they would impart on things as well.
In terms of thinking about national strategies and thinking about kind of impact, David, perhaps you can tell us a little bit about thinking about how you've developed the international cultural strategy for the Netherlands, but also what measures of impact are going to be the most important for thinking about whether that is a successful strategy.
Yeah. Well, it's really also something that we are thinking about all the time, because we see that there is still very much a focus on those economic turnouts, and it is of course also important to tell that story. Yeah? So recently there was a new research from one of the organizations in the Netherlands that works on international cultural policy that really shows also how that sector is growing, the amount of jobs that it's generating, but also the amount of connections. And so we are looking at those aspects, but also how do you really then measure those other impacts? It is really possible also to look at what is this doing to your bilateral cultural relationship? For example, the Netherlands started restituting cultural colonial heritage. The aim was to restore the historic injustice that had taken place in the past, but you really see immediately that it has a positive impact also on your bilateral relations. And how do you measure that? Well, you can hear it directly from different governments involved. It is also portrayed in the media. So there's different other ways that you can measure that. But it is something that we keep struggling with. How do you show those other kinds of impacts? And then we've had a kind of policy that is both show and tell. So not only focusing on the reports, but also focusing on the stories that make the difference. The very clear examples of, for example, a film program that we started with Suriname, where, because Suriname existed 50 years, 10 documentary makers, young documentary makers were asked to make documentaries, and we have now seen the results of that program, where you see that it has really revived the film industry in Suriname, and that lots of other initiatives are taking place as a result. So, these are quite tangible examples. They're maybe rather small examples, but they're still can show that the results can be quite powerful. I mean, but it's not easy, yeah?
Maybe the hard thing is always the treasury, whoever's funding something.
True.
Because ultimately,
Yeah.
the way you tell these stories, which, obviously, they show us that one of the things that we all value so much about the arts is that the arts are about qualitative benefits, not quantitative benefits. The imagination is about qualities, about enrichment, about possibly things that we've always deemed as somehow instinctive, about anecdotal. But, this is a very difficult thing to then bridge that gap to where funders are. Let me ask Jan Jaap, just in the Netherlands, but also more widely, how far these ideas of social impact, health impact, the broader impacts of the arts, rather than just you pay your £1 and £2 goes back into the region. How is that appealing to private funders in the Netherlands? Is that something that is being taken up as something that is a motivation?
Yeah, I do think so. There are more and more private foundations who define their role as not purely additional to what the public funders already do, but really with own missions on how to transform society in a more, let's simple say, more pleasant, more happy community. The pitfall, I think, is that often these transformation goals are formulated in a very ambitious way, which leads to the effect that cultural organizations overpromise. They tend to deliver very short-term impact studies, since this is demanded by not only private funders, also public funders. So you get a lot of not so good research. Short-term effects of a very complicated transformation. So what I would hope for is that the funders, also in the Netherlands, but also on the international scale, would sit more together and help designing broader research programs with long-term studies that, like, for example, I think the study we learned from Arts and Health, this was not just one quick experiment and then presented to a funder, see how effective this is. This calls for long-term research. So, yeah, my dream would be that we have this convention of funders in the Netherlands where they decide, okay, let's start a big research programs together with universities, not only consultancy agents, on impact of the culture.
That's really interesting, the way you describe it, this sort of pernicious cycle, or the hamster wheel of chasing funding, organizations stretched to capacity, needing to report, set up for failure because ultimately they're having to make enormous promises about impact in order to be able to guarantee or justify the funding in the first place. I wonder if the other thing that you're almost implying, and it's really a question that goes to both of you, so perhaps I'll ask to Bernard first, is this idea of, okay, some of the work that you do is work that there's a because it comes often from a background of economics and statistical modeling, this is not always a place that people working in institutions, arts institutions, not all artists as well, museum directors, opera directors, this is not necessarily a language they're naturally fluent in. And is this, we've already talked about the challenge of talking up to politicians, to funders and so on, but that conversation with the creative, I'm not going to call it industries, the creative world itself, is that sometimes a challenge to sort of translate what you're doing to people in organizations, institutions?
So the short answer to that is yes. I mean, actually, from my own experience has been I'm starting in the cultural sector, and I initially trained as an artist before ending up working with a load of economists and social scientists. So I feel like I've really lived the journey of learning a new language. I think part of it also is that when we talk about the discipline of economics, that often brings with it a lot of assumptions that for those that are maybe not working in that space, which is that what we're doing is ultimately we're trying to solely focus on financial returns and high growth. Actually, a lot of the work that we do, for example, is using those disciplines to look at things like job quality or accessibility or participation. So I think there is a bit of actually working with different constituents to share that language and build that common understanding. I think that really is vital in this space, to think about not only how do we understand each other, but then, what works at the end of the day.
And Jan Jaap, just to sort of ask the same question of you, just to respond in terms of thinking about this potential cognitive dissonance almost between different people who are looking to do the sector good, but might be working on different planes of understanding.
Yeah, that calls for spaces like this, where there is a dialogue between the different actors when it comes to research. I have often thought about a way of structuring public cultural policy where, let's say, if only 1% of the cultural budget would be earmarked for research, evaluation, for and then not in a very open way, but also with a design of how we could bring this discussion to a higher level. That would help a lot. So now we are in a situation where often cultural organizations are asked for, are held accountability for effects, for results, etc. But in a very free, not so well designed way. So I think that would be could be the start of it to help this organize.
Thank you, David. I'm going to just come to you in the time we have left, which is to think, we've been doing some real thinking in the panels today about tangible examples, about what the state of research is. We've been doing some utopian thinking as well, and that is something that is important. But there is another realistic thinking about where we are politically, where we are geopolitically, the rise of populist politics, the new threats to cultural investment, again, to social resilience funding, I'm going to call it now, the need for increased defense spending and so on, threats to freedom of speech, all of these things that the sector is very worried about, and rightly so. How do we build resilience for cultural investment amid that context?
Yeah. Well, I think one of the important ways to do that is to keep showing that it makes a difference. And the example that I started with, Ukraine, I think for everyone, it was really clear how this is really a lifeline also for them. So I think we need to really keep showing very clearly that if you're talking about resilience, we're not only talking about resilience of people, we're also talking about the resilience of our heritage. For example, I think the UNESCO, our national UNESCO commissioners, they started a resilience of cultural heritage movement, because it's also very clear that to keep your cultural heritage is also something that is directly impacting your identity as a nation, your health. So it's quite clear that in a way, if I say it a little bit opportunistically, you will have to move with where you are in society and what is going on, and you will still have to show your added value. But I think there's really lots of ways to do that also.
I'm going to go back just to close, because 20 seconds and we'll come to questions, but something that was interesting in the presentation of the TEFAF report, the economic impact on the province of Limburg, or Maastricht, is it this idea of to account for this, thinking about satellite accounting, right? And that culture is something that is everywhere, disguised, hidden in plain sight across all facets of society, all of our verticals, as it were, our culture. And that is maybe something to think about. And it reflects in this example of Ukraine and the opportunities that you were able to align with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Defense, and so on. That maybe there's something, because the question I wanted to ask all of you, and probably the answer is, yeah, afraid so. Will the arts always be the lowest priority for public funding? But in a sense, one of the things we maybe are arguing is all funding should be a type of funding culture. I mean, it's to flip it on its head, potentially. Will the arts always be the lowest priority for public funding?
Well, in the current government agreement, there was no cut on the arts. So this is not the case.
Well, I hope not, because I think, as we've heard, the arts has so much to play to a wider range of impacts that governments across the world are dealing with: aging population, climate change. I think thinking about it with respect to those wider missions is going to be key.
I'm thinking about two answers. On the one hand, I think I'm afraid so. Already 225 years ago, German philosopher Friedrich Schiller talked about utility is the great idol of our age, and all powers have to be submissive to this utility thinking. And in that sense, you would say, the space in politics for the imagination, for the unpredictability of the arts, the revolutionary kind of art will always be limited. It's not something where the powers that be are looking for, or they, as we see, of course, these days in authoritative regimes, they weaponize culture in awful ways. On the other hand, once you start thinking, well, then you lose hope, and when you lose hope, you lose everything. So I think we always have to be, since being so passionate about this power of arts, keep up convincing politicians, keep up mobilizing positive forces in society to speak up for the arts, and in the end, the arts will survive.
Keep engaging. We know how much dopamine it will bring us all. So dopamine is hopefully the hopeful way forward. Let's see in terms of any questions, if we have got a few minutes before the end of the summit. Any hands shooting up? There's a hand there.
Hi, first of all, very interesting conversation so far. My question is about the integration of culture, which has been previously discussed in also the other debates. Why is there a certain bottom-up approach in terms of how we perceive culture? Why isn't there, from policy perspective, a way to look at culture as an ingrained aspect of our society? Why is it not integrated in every ministry, for example? Why do we have a separate Ministry of Culture and a state secretary that is dealing with culture stuff? Why is it not integrated in every part of society as we are? I mean, you said if the flip is on his head, look at it from another perspective. Well, that's my main question. Maybe this is something for Debbie.
Yeah. Well, I think it's an important question. I think what you should realize is that there are, of course, lots of contacts. So there is contact between the Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of Health. We have in our defense forces a team that is working on protection of cultural property. So I think each of those different sectors has also got to focus on culture. But I think in an ideal world, that could also be maybe more pronounced, or, for example, more automatic. And I think we discussed briefly, there is this rule, if the government builds buildings, then a small percentage of it has to go to the arts. So I think these kind of ideas or regulations where you do not have to discuss it again, but it's just there, the regulation is there, and this is how it's going to be. I think we could have much more of that, but that's how I personally see it. So yeah, there is definitely room for more space, let's say, for culture.
I suppose another model is in some jurisdictions the discretionary choice of where you're able to place certain parts of your taxation.
Exactly. Yeah.
There's another question there, and then there's one near the front as well. Second back row, I think. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, hello.
Hi.
I have a short question related to Middle East. So I work a lot between Europe and Middle East, and I'm curious, they have quite a different way of investing in art in a cultural project. What do you think about their model? Can Europe learn something from this? And do you think it will, and in what way it will influence the cultural impact, how it will be measured?
The question about cultural funding in the Middle East and whether there are lessons that European countries might be able to learn from it and have a broader idea of impact. I'm going to ask the diplomat first.
Yeah, well, I'm also interested maybe to have a conversation afterwards what you mean exactly, because there's of course different models in the Middle East, but I do think if you look at the possibilities of, for example, having private funding and public funding more connected, there are definitely interesting models that we can learn from.
Anything that anyone wants to add on that one?
Well, I know too little, I must admit, so I also would like to join that conversation. I can mention one study we did on the relation between culture and sustainability with 7 countries all over the world, and one of the contributors was United Arab Emirates, and it was inspiring to learn from the way they approached culture in relation to sustainability. Not that it is all paradise, since there is also doubts and discussions about the impact of tourism to the Emirates and what that does in terms of sustainable behavior of mankind. On the other hand, I would be the last one to say that the Netherlands have clean hands in this aspect of culture and sustainability. So I would love to learn more about that too. Yeah.
Okay, can we have a question at the back and then maybe the last one in the third row here at the front, if we have time?
Yes, I was interested, since you've all given such different examples at the beginning, and they really showed that obviously each individual investment has a different kind of target group and aim within society. If you have a personal opinion on where at the moment the greatest need is for investment, apart from broadly, obviously, that we should invest in the arts and creative sector generally.
Bernard, I'm going to give that to you.
That's a brilliant question. I think for me, what's always on my mind is how we can support, and I think it goes to a question earlier, how we can support individual creators and creatives. So those people that are, at the start of their career or lack the support that you get through more formal employment structures. So for me, I think, thinking about self-employed workers, freelance creatives is where I think, you really need to focus energy.
Something we haven't actually covered is something that is different about the Dutch system and in terms of mandatory fair pay for arts workers, and that is baked into the conditions that institutions sign up to. That's something that is admirable. I mean, it's something that is very strong in Norway as well, as another jurisdiction that really believes in the rights of artists, of people who are creative as a profession, and tries to find ways of centering them.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fundamental for artists who work under such precarious conditions, that this is more and more regulated, this fair pay. I must admit at the same time that it's easier said than realized in practice, since it also brings difficult questions about what is the amount of artists that can be that can find work under these new conditions. So I think I hope that in a few years we can indeed conclude the working conditions have improved for artists, but we can add to that, and they all still are in the cultural domain finding their work, since there is tension between what we would like to add.
We're big red flashing screen, but we have promised one more question.
Yeah, thank you for your insightful and instructive discussion. We have it. My question about, honestly, I'm not sure about which panel my question belongs to, because I feel that they are interconnected to like a chain. But my question is about the Middle East concern, heritage concern, actually. My question is, if cultural heritage is considered a global asset, how can international art fairs like TEFAF and organizations such as UNESCO actively contribute to the preservation or protection and promotion of endangered heritage sites, such as around the world, actually, such as Persepolis in Iran? And have there been any previous initiatives or concert effort in this heritage in this regard?
So yes, Devi, yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a very good question, and what I would like to say to you is that we are working closely with a Dutch organization, and they are called Culture Emergency Response, and they call themselves the ambulance for cultural heritage, basically. So they are ready to assist when there is a crisis somewhere, whether that's due to a climate incident or whether due to war, and so they are really working also on restoration of cultural heritage, but also on concrete assistance on the ground in bringing heritage to safety. And they were also here at TEFAF yesterday, and they had invited one of their big experts who is working on restoration of cultural heritage in Egypt, May Alabrashi, and she has really done a lot of work in bringing monuments that were not used anymore in Egypt again to life with the local population living around it, and with restoration efforts, but really looking at how are they able to function today, let's say.
I'm afraid we've been stealing time for these last few questions, and I think it's really interesting to think about the ambulance for cultural heritage. And one thing we in a sense heard is that culture shouldn't have to have ambulances, but it shouldn't only travel in limousines either today. But anybody's bicycle, anybody's bus can be a purveyor of culture. That makes no sense at all. But let me thank anyway Davy van der Weerd, Jan Jaap Nol, and Bernard Hay. Really fantastic to have had this conversation with you.
Thank you all for coming today, and I hope you have time to see the fair after these conversations. I hope these inspiring conversations will actually leave this room and will further inspire to how we can change the understanding of culture and the importance of culture, and making policymakers aware of this. Today's summit has shown that culture is not only an economic driver, but also a vital force for social connection, well-being, and our shared futures. And we hope that today's dialogue will really inspire collaborations across sectors. So before we leave, I want to thank again our partners, AXA, UNESCO, but also Deloitte for working with us on this summit, and of course all the moderators and panelists that have joined us today, and also the organizers, so Will Korner, Janneke Luns, and the TEFAF team. So thank you very much, and please enjoy the fair.